All right. All right. We're live. I'm back. Finally. So sorry I had to miss yesterday. As I said in my community tab post, it just wasn't my day yesterday. It's, far and away the worst thing about being an amputee is phantom pain. And it's always there, but there are really bad days where you know I thought about it yesterday, and it's um I'd compare it to a migraine, except the migraine is in the foot that doesn't exist. And but it's just, when it's like that, it's all consuming. You just can't function. So I had to not stream yesterday. However however, I did still watch. So, no stream, but I did watch, so I am caught up. So, and Kova, thank you. Linz, good to see you. Neil, good to see you too. I hope Scotland is extra bonny this evening, I guess, for you. Um, so yeah, yesterday, despite sucking for me, it was somewhat eventful for the trial. So a lot of the witnesses I didn't think added a ton for or against either side. Although I do understand why the prosecution called them, because they were there. It seems the prosecution strategy is call everyone who was on the scene, call everyone who was at the gathering, whether they have evidence or not. And to me, it makes sense that they're doing that, because if they don't call them, either the defense will cast aspersions and um, it's the conspiracy, or the defense will call them themselves and build up the conspiracy, is my guess. So it makes sense. Prosecution calls them, even though at some point, to me, it feels cumulative. But yeah, and so, and I've got you, Kova. It's I understand. I frankly didn't pay as close attention because it's background noise. I was playing games on my phone mostly because I felt like shit. Um, I thought the the best, but that's also why I'm doing this quick recap. So the best evidence I thought for the prosecutor was the first witness yesterday, the first new witness yesterday. We finished up with Lieutenant Ray, who was the police officer that went to the Reed home, or sorry, to the O'Keefe home at about 8:30 that morning, looking for the niece and nephew, thinking, all right, they're unattended minors at home. Their guardian is dead. They're not guardian, but second parental figure, Karen Reed, has been Section 12. So they have no adult supervision. Let's go pick them up, just in case. So we have his dash cam video showing that when he pulled in to the O'Keefe driveway at 8:00 a.m., the taillight was already broken. Now, so that's good evidence. The better evidence, though, is the next witness, I can't remember his name. He is the friend's dad and good friends with John O'Keefe. Um, he was at CF McCarthy's, the first bar of the evening with John, left before he went to the Waterfall Bar and Grill because his son had been playing hockey in a friend's backyard and got hit in the mouth, lost a tooth, so he went to collect him. So his wife, who is an emergency room nurse, was the next witness, got a phone call, got multiple frantic phone calls from Karen at 5 in the morning. And she's at work on shift running labs. So the wife gets a hold of the husband, who goes to the O'Keefe residence. He has a code for the door, so very good friend, to collect the niece. And this is 5:30, 6 in the morning. And we have the Ring doorbell cam above the garage door, looking out at the driveway, showing him arrive and messing with the garage door because John was a neat freak. The garage door, one of the 3 garage door bays was open and snow blowing in, and he's like, yeah, Johnny's going to freak out that the garage door is open. So he tried to close it. It wouldn't close. So he did the manual override, basically rope pull to close the door, and then left, taking the niece to his own house. Now, to me, the big evidentiary value of that is it shows that Karen Reed's Lexus was in the O'Keefe driveway at 5:30, 6 o'clock. So basically, it's before any police involvement at the house. You know, Lieutenant Ray didn't show up until 8:30. So the Lexus is in the driveway, parked in the same spot as it was when Lieutenant Ray got there, and it showed on his dash cam the broken tail light. It's got snow on it in both pictures, so it's not been uncovered. You know, it's not been cleared of snow. So it shows, to at least to me, that continuity of evidence. The broken tail light, it hasn't moved. So the tail light had to have been broken before 5:30 a.m., probably midnight-ish. Now, we don't have any testimony from those at the Waterfall Bar and Grill that they saw the taillight. They saw them getting into the Lexus. They believed Karen was driving, but didn't pay attention because, you know, you don't know. It's the last 30 minutes of your friend's life. And yeah. So the best evidence for the defense, I think, if I'm interpreting where they're going with this. So in the Waterfall Bar and Grill that night at about 11:30, well, we'll say about 11 because the band was still playing. It looked like there was some roughhousing between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, the DEA agent. It looked to me like it was play fighting, roughhousing, something like that, because no one moved to intervene. There was maybe some laughing. To me, you have cops on scene. If it's a real fight, they move to intervene. John O'Keefe didn't. So that tells me it was play fighting. For me, that would have still given me anxiety because I don't like violence. I don't like fighting. I'm too much of a peacenik. But just the same, it looked playful to me. I think where the defense is going with it is it escalated into not being playful at the Albert residence half an hour later. And maybe John moved to intervene, which he didn't at the waterfall. He got roughed up trying to intervene, or, the dog taking his intervention as aggression moved in to bite, and it escalated. So I think the defense is trying to build a motive off of that. But I don't know. That's me speculating. So, yeah. Basically, all the other witnesses, including the one who testified about that, can't remember his name. He's a lawyer with a Greek sounding name, whose daughter played on the same basketball team as the McCabe's daughter. And so they went out to the waterfall after the basketball game for dinner. But all of the witnesses testified, Karen and John were, lovey-dovey, had no outward signs of anything but bliss. Of course, I don't know. I'm the kind of person, if I'm really mad at someone in public, I default to being overly cordial. And then when I get home, I rage. So just saying, to me, it's hard to say they could have been putting on a front. But that's just speculation. Of course, they could have got angry with each other in the half hour in between. We don't know. We're just speculating. Of course, at this point, I think we're not having a terrific motive for second-degree murder. The only evidence we have so far to build second-degree murder is the Aaron O'Keefe phone call from day one of the trial, saying something to the effect of, "There are days I wish I had never seen an O'Keefe since 2004. So, to me, at the moment, that is the only evidence for intention, for the intent part for murder 2. Of course, if she had to manually override the backup alert system in order to back into him, that could change my mind. But as of now, I'm not seeing it for murder 2 at the very least, but we're still early. So that's your quick 10-minute summary of what happened yesterday for those of you who didn't run off and find some other friendly chat to hang out with. So let's get going with day 8. And once again, we're not in real time. We're going at 1 1/4 speed. Today is a half day.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Do I give your attendance, you shall be heard. By saying the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
To the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Mr.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
JT?
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, even inadvertently, since we met yesterday? Okay, so I am going to see counsel at sidebar for just a moment.
Of course.
Most people said no. I will see the juror who raised her hand in just a moment.
Oh. Most people said no. Did Turtle Boy get to them? Did they inadvertently watch the news? It's, you know, did they log into YouTube and see something on their homepage? Good thing they've got half a dozen alternates, but if they've been got at by either side, that could be fun. And we wouldn't be starting off the day right if we weren't starting it off with a bench conference. That's a burly law enforcement officer sitting at the end of the O'Keefe bench. The beardy guy with the blue jacket, he's got a lapel pin that indicates law enforcement. I don't know if it's courtroom security, lapel pin, sheriff's office, U.S. Marshal, maybe the FBI is finally. Or no, I don't know. That's a military lapel pin, I think. I'm thinking Marines, but I'm, as a peacenik, as I said, not great on symbology, but I think it's military. Oh, and Daddy O'Keefe gets one of the chairs from counsel table. He's not stuck on the bench today. That's nice for him, because those are uncomfortable.
21.
Okay.
Anytime you're ready,
There we
Mr.
go.
Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Christopher Albert, Albert.
All right. So we are officially on to the Albert family. Chris Albert, so not Brian Albert, the homeowner. Chris Albert, if I remember, is the owner of the pizza place. He, I think he's the one that was friends with Johnny O'Keefe in their youth, because John was cordial, but not friends with Brian, and I believe with Tim, who is the one he arrested. Or Brian. John didn't arrest him. Link arrested him, sorry. So Sergeant Lank was friendly, well, cordial, but not friends with Tim and Brian, but friends with Christopher, but not so much anymore, just due to the passage of time, if I'm remembering the Albert family correctly.
And where do you live, sir?
I live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
Almost 2 years. Sorry, go ahead.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Since 1974,
And
Wee
so
bit of
pretty much your
time.
whole life.
pretty much since I was 4.
And prior to living in Maple, where did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live in Seven Meadows?
So that's right by John O'Keefe, because John lived at 1 Meadows Ave, if I believe, maybe 2 Meadows Ave.
From 2001 to 2021, about 20 years.
And who, if anyone, you live with now?
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
And how long have you and your wife, Julie, been married?
So it's Colin Albert Stad.
Roughly, gosh, you're going to kill me. 21 years, around 21 years.
You mentioned you and your wife, Julie, you have 3 sons?
Yeah.
And how old are they?
My oldest is 25, my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do? For work?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called D&E Pizza.
How long have you owned that?
25 years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same industry?
Same industry pretty much my whole life.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E pizza shop?
She does some of this behind the scenes stuff. Yes.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John?
So he bought the 1 Meadows Ave, the top house. I don't know exactly, maybe like 2017. So he became my neighbor, and I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him, would wave to him and stuff, and that's how I initially became to know who John was.
And you mentioned he bought the house at sort of the top of the street. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's the very. If you're coming off Pleasant, you take a right down Meadows. It's the first on the right.
And then on Meadows Ave, about how many houses are on Meadows?
Well, between us or on the whole street, you mean?
First down the whole street, and then
Yeah, so roughly on that whole street, I would say there's like close to 30 houses from top to bottom on both sides.
and then how about in between 1 and 7?
So there's 2. There's 2 houses between mine and John's.
And your houses, both odd numbers, are they on the same side?
Same side, yeah.
Now, you said that that's how you initially came to know John O'Keefe. How did your relationship sort of go on from there?
So over the years, like he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with. So we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would also come to my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew Patrick in my pizza shop a lot. So it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week. We usually just grab a slice.
Now,
Must be good
you grew up in
pizza.
Canton, correct?
Yes,
And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 6.
Oh,
And what are
they'd be a good Mormon family here in Utah. 7 with him.
names of your 6 siblings?
So my oldest is my older brother, Brian. I have a sister, Kathleen. I have she's older than me. And then I'm next in line. And then I have a brother, Kevin, then a brother, Keith, Brendan, and Timmy. 7 of us.
Where is it that you sort of fit in that sort of?
I'm the 3rd oldest.
Now, your older brother, Brian, what does he do for work?
He's a Boston police officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
And your brother, Kevin, what does he do?
He's a Canton police officer.
And John O'Keefe, were you familiar with what he did for work?
Yes, yeah, I knew he was a Boston police officer as well.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E pizza shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into
John came in that day with his nephew, Patrick.
and you recall what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe as far as plans for later in the year?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
So in that sense, sort of, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
That was a good relationship. Yeah.
would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop at?
So the shop stays open until 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes it was like a ritual. She would, because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit.
I imagine I never worked in a pizza place. During college, I was briefly a waiter at an Italian chain that was not very good. You'd come home stinking just from being a waiter. I imagine he was brought clean clothes because otherwise, everywhere he went, he's smelling like pizza.
And then leave. And so I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Now, during the time or prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working. And he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place. It's tough. I'll text you when I leave. And then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall, and I said, where are you? And go ahead.
And where did he say that you were?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with both of those establishments as far as C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is C.F. McCarthy's location for that, and where is Waterfall?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be to my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So you're one of those New Orleans vampires. 425 years in the restaurant industry. Good to know.
Both sort of walking distance from where you work?
Yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like, probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. It's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of, in the area where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah, so I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple, and the library is like 2 buildings after me on the left-hand side. And then the town hall is a little further down on the right.
And the library that's around where you live, is that the only public library?
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And so, again, I'm sorry, but what time is it that you leave D&E to go to work?
Just before 10, maybe like 9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall?
I think my wife said, you coming down? Are you there? She was down there. So I had a conversation with her. I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet your wife, correct?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walk into the waterfall, where did you go as far as, if anyone you recognize?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open. And my wife was there. Matt was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jen McCabe was there. My sister-in-law, Nicole, was there. My niece, Caitlin, was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know them?
Well, I grew up with, I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but she's lived in Canton for a long time. My brother Brian is married to her sister, Nicole. So I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr. O'Keefe sort of knew in common. Would Mrs. McCabe be one of those people?
Yes, yeah.
And when you walk in, relative to the establishments, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
And located close to the bar, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall from that evening as far as entertainment within the waterfall?
There was a live band that was playing to the side.
About how close to your table was the live band?
Oh, within like 6 or 7 feet, probably.
Fair to say, pretty loud in there?
Pretty loud, yeah.
And when you walk in, where do you go in reference to sort of the other people upstairs?
I go right over to the table, and I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got there?
I ordered a beer.
And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did, yeah. I was starving. I didn't eat all day, so I ordered some food, appetizers.
Works in a pizza place and doesn't eat all day. That's got to be torture.
And throughout the course of the evening, what is it? You're at bar, so you're drinking, correct?
Sure.
And what were you drinking?
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that initially when you get there, it's yourself, your brother Brian, his wife, the McCabe's, and your niece Caitlin. Is that correct?
No, my brother Brian wasn't there yet. Yeah, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife, Caitlin, and Nicole.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
So at some point shortly after that, or at some point, who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your table?
So my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
And is Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
And how did you know him?
I don't know how I initially met him, but as an ATF agent, I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
Fair to say you knew him sort of through your brothers, either Brian or Kevin or both?
Yeah, that's the only way I met him.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I would probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of where they had been prior to it, or what they'd been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral. They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
You mentioned, as far as going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew, Brian, it was his birthday.
And so when you say your nephew, Brian, whose son is that?
So that's my older brother, Brian's son, Brian.
So Brian Jr.?
Brian Jr., yeah, we call him Brian Jr. Yeah.
And was he present at the waterfall that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
And when your older brother Brian and Mr. Higgins come in, where is it that they go sort of in relation to the group?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Reed.
And how did you know Karen Reed at that time?
I met her a couple of times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple of times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
You just identify as where she's seated?
She's sitting right over there between the two attorneys.
That's the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Always got to identify her, make sure the testimony is about that Karen Reed.
Now, prior to Mr. O'Keefe coming into the waterfall, you had mentioned some text communications with him, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe before you got there?
I don't think nothing before I got to the waterfall.
Not before you got to the waterfall, before Mr. O'Keefe got to the waterfall.
With Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where was he going to be?
What, if any, communication do you recall in regard to who was there or who was going to be?
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think at some point he said, who's there? And I said, my brother Brian. I said, Brian. And he said, your brother Brian? I said, yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there. And he said, where's your brother Kevin? And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come into the bar, where is it that they go upon coming back?
They walked directly in, came towards our table, just a strike up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe. And then just kind of got with the group, started talking.
Now, fair to say Mr. O'Keefe knew your wife, Julie, as well?
Yes.
And how would you describe their relationship as far as?
Good relationship.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe of the defendant?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with the glass underneath her jacket. And I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it.
What's that, Kova? by her family, I assume you mean Karen's family. They're on the left-hand side of the courtroom, if that's what you're asking.
About it and made a comment about it.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass, what was in the glass? And
It was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
So,
that was under,
and that's been testified yesterday, because I'm not quite sure if the defense is that she was drunk or wasn't drunk, because earlier, like several days ago, one of the firefighters, I think, that took her had responded that, you know, she said she hadn't had anything, so they were trying to hammer that home, that, are you sure? But then yesterday, it seemed like Yannetti was trying to go in cross-examining the bartender from CF McCarthy's, or no, from the Waterfall. Yeah, I think from the Waterfall. Are you sure she was even drinking anything? But the testimony has been both restaurants. She's had a tall, skinny glass with clear liquid. Some have said a lime, some have, you know, just said clear liquid, but lime straw, clear liquid, tall, skinny glass. So pretty much, you know, Johnny and his friends have all, you know, been Bud Light drinkers. Mr. Albert here is a Miller Light, I think. I know he said Miller. But Karen has presumably been drinking vodka tonics or something like that. We don't have any indication as to how much yet, other than, I believe at CF McCarthy's, Johnny had like a $16 tab, on top of which he gave it about a $10 tip. But
her coat when she came in.
Yeah, I was like, she pulled it out.
If you know about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Reed came in?
So I got there close to 10, I would say.
and not necessarily, Linz. It, you know, if she has MS, she certainly shouldn't be drinking and driving. Probably shouldn't be drinking to excess. I don't know. Well, for starters, I don't know that at this point she had even been diagnosed with MS, but, you know, it would be, I assume, complications with medications would be the big contraindication to drinking. You know, I don't drink anyways, but, you know, pain medication, they say, don't drink, it's bad. So that hasn't been difficult for me not to drink. And yeah, it's, I mean, my aunt has MS, but she's super duper Mormon, so it's not even a question for her. So, and like I said, at this point, we don't know that she's been diagnosed. We don't even know if she's actually been diagnosed, other than, you know, questions to the firefighter. Did she say anything about MS? And, you know, what are the symptoms of MS that he shouldn't have even been testifying about, because he's not an expert. I would have absolutely objected. But it's at this point not in evidence that she has MS currently, although the seed has been planted, but certainly no evidence that she had been diagnosed in 2022.
10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that kind of stuff, as far as after they first came in, where did they go from there?
I think the defendant sat down.
JT, that's Bud Light for Johnny. So, you know, that's the testimony is that they each, and this isn't Karen, he and his friend each had about 3 probably.
And I think well, John went to the bar and got a beer.
And you know, is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah, Bud Light, I think.
And you mentioned that the defendant sat down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, next to my wife.
Now, with regard to just how would you describe sort of the general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the waterfall that
It was fine. Everyone's just having a good time.
night? No arguments, anything like that?
No, not at all.
And specifically between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe between them?
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on Eddie?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish
With a hoodie.
garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it wasn't.
Well, it was a hoodie. It just was a light hoodie. And that's another thing I forgot in summarizing it. We did see what Johnny was wearing. It was a black and white sort of light hoodie and jeans and a ball cap. And then I don't think we saw it, but you know, there's testimony, black sneakers. But there was testimony that it didn't matter how cold, he never wore a coat. He just didn't do it. He's one of those warm-blooded people that, you know, he never wore a coat. You know, I gave the example, to me, it makes sense not having a coat, because if I'm going to the bar, I leave my coat in the car for the drive home, because I don't like having my coat in the bar. You know, the friend who he went to CF McCarthy's with, and who later picked up the niece very early in the morning. Well, number one, we saw him on the Ring camera pick Johnny up from Johnny's house to go to the bar. So we saw both of them get into the friend's white sedan. His friend was wearing a coat. Johnny was not. He was in the light hoodie. At the bar, they sat at the bar on bar stools. Johnny, you know, nothing. The friend had to take off his coat, drape it over the back of the bar stool, and that gives me anxiety doing that myself, so I leave it in the car. But yeah, so we have, I think it was firefighter Tony testified about maybe a puffy jacket, and the defense has latched onto that and, you know, has been asking everyone, so no jacket, so no jacket, so no jacket, and everyone else has said no jacket, which tells me it's a faulty memory off of the firefighter. Because if you know, there are certain things you're paying laser focused attention to. For the firefighter, it's saving the life, and your brain does funny things and it fills in gaps based on logic. So he knows, the firefighter knows it was a blizzard. He knows it was cold, and he could be conflating multiple calls, you know, and just, yeah, it was cold. I remember removing a puffer jacket, and it might have been a different call, once again, that's not perjury. It's just what his brain is telling him. And Romer, that's a good point. It could be Johnny wasn't wearing the jacket, but Karen had taken off her jacket, placed it on top of him, because, you know, for those of you who have ever taken a first aid course, what's like step one if you think someone's in shock? You cover them. You put a blanket over them. And especially if they're cold, of course, you know, she could have got, you know, both of them naked and, you know, do the body heat transfer, but that would have been a little bit uncomfortable, I think, especially with rescue on the way. But that could be it. It was placed over him on the scene by one of the, search party. We don't know. It's all speculation at this point, but that's a good piece of speculation, Romer. It's possible. I don't know if it's actual, but it's possible, and that's good thinking. I like it.
It's like a long sleeve shirt.
Is that what he was wearing when he walked in?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him with like a jacket or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe about that clothing as far as any tears or any dishevelment of it at all?
No, I didn't notice anything. Looked fine to me.
As far as Mr. O'Keefe's person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that?
Didn't see anything. Looked normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you said table, was that sort of your area or was there a different area?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people sitting, some people standing.
And as far as sort of this length that you described, about 6 feet or so of that table, if you recall, sort of where were people situated around the table?
I mean, I was sitting at one point because I was eating, so I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat. I recall John standing a lot. I don't think he sat at all. I think Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after the waterfall?
So we have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, you know, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff. And there was talk about going back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after, someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your
And
brother,
we've had testimony from, I believe, from the Greek sounding couple, well, Greek name sounding, that there was talk about going to the pizza place. Mr. Albert said no. And, you know, it's tradition. I don't know that it's his nephew's 21st birthday. He just said it's his nephew's birthday. But if the nephew's not there, the tradition doesn't stand, because without the birthday boy, what good is birthday pizza? It's like poison.
his house, which brother?
My brother Brian,
And where did your brother Brian live now?
34 Fairview.
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to live there. I grew up there.
So prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up from the time that you moved to Canton?
Yes.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop to make pizzas, things like that, is that something that the defendants talked about once or more than once?
A few times.
And you referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21, and it was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day, is that correct?
Yeah,
Was he turning 21 at that point?
I think so. I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or 21. I think he was turning 21 though.
So in relation to
You don't know your nephew's age? I mean, you only probably have like 90 nephews, considering you're one of 7. I mean, of course, I have 3 nephews and a niece, and that's plenty to keep track of.
This evening of January 28th, that the ritual that you're
That's
talking
it.
about, when was the last time before?
That's it. If this man had fed Karen pizza, John O'Keefe would be alive.
January 28th that you had done that, if you know.
Trying to see who else turned 21. Can't remember exactly. I know it was recent. I remember doing it. I just can't remember the date.
And that's all I'm really asking. So
Yeah.
was it recent to January 28th?
Yeah, it was
Lisa?
sometime before that, but within like a couple months, I think someone turned 21. Maybe we just went there.
And so what, if any, conversation from your end, as far as, obviously it's your pizza shop, so
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation from your end was there in reference to?
Doing that night. So we were doing a weight loss competition, me, Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it, every year, it's like a charity, we do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no, because we were doing this weight loss challenge, and I just didn't want to give in and, eat pizza.
So that might be why he hadn't eaten all day, despite working at and owning a pizza place. But makes sense. It's not being a jerk, not, being against opening the pizza place back up, firing up the ovens. It's, I want to lose weight, so I don't want to be tempted. And frankly, since it's for charity and other competitors in that charity are in the party, I'm not going to get them fat either, because it's for charity.
2 weeks before we weighing in.
And your wife, Julie, how long was she at the bar for?
Not long when I got there. She probably was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And was that before or after
Kelly,
Mr. O'Keefe?
good to see you.
She left after they arrived. So then she must have left later than that. Yeah.
Now, later on in the evening, what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of fireball shots for the group.
And who partook in that, if you know?
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people there took them. I don't remember
Half.
everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up?
I think they called last call right before 12.
The group that you were with at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first. Obviously, she didn't feel well. She left earlier. Then Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, or right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you're leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them outside, or where is it that you recall sort of leaving at the same time?
My best recollection is I walked out roughly the same time, and I walked out the building, and I come up Washington to the right.
As I've said, I don't drink. Fireball was definitely a favorite shot for my law school friends when we'd party.
And they were either shortly after or shortly before me, and they walk up to the left.
And when you say walk up Washington, did you walk home that night?
Yeah, I walked home.
And when you came out of the bar, what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the weather or what was going on with
It
that?
just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
And he said he had, okay, so he had lived 7 Meadows, so 3 houses down from Johnny, but he moved into, it sounds like a condo because he gave a unit number, near the waterfall because it's near the pizza shop. He said he moved there in 2021, right? So he had already, whoa. I think I might need to change my batteries in my headphones because that was weird. I hope you guys didn't hear it. But if I remember, he moved 2021, and that's, I mean, Canton is small, so even walking home to Meadows, having looked at the map, wouldn't have been a super long walk, but sounds to me he'd already moved. So, because this was 2022, so I think he's moved.
Could you still sort of see the street? Or
Oh, yeah, yeah, you can still see it.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did as well.
Yes.
And which direction? Did you go in the same direction, different direction?
But when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington. So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left on Washington.
They were sort of walking
Opposite directions.
on Washington.
Yes.
Now, as far as throughout sort of the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe mentioned that he went to the bar and he got a beer? Was that the only beer that you saw him having, or did he have more than one?
I'm sure you have more than one. Yeah, I saw him with more than one.
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is throughout the course of the evening when you saw him drinking, other than maybe the fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer.
Just beer. Yeah.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking? Of course,
Just
What was the drink of your generation, Mr. Vampire, 425 years ago? I guess rum.
a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
was that the same glass that she had come into the establishment with under her coat, or was it a different glass later on?
I believe it was the same one.
So you leave from the waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
At what time was it that you got home?
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your children were concerned, how many?
My brother makes mead. I think it's been a while since he's made it, but he's got beehives now, so he can control the process start to finish with his mead.
Of your 3 sons were living with you at that time?
At that time, too. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 and 20 now is that?
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like 14 and 18 then, I guess.
And so your oldest son,
He was in the Navy, San Diego in the Navy.
and if you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home, are they there, if you know?
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
Essentially, you went to bed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish for the jury just a small portion from what's been marked as Exhibit 53, the waterfall surveillance. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from Channel 3 the second video down. You could just pause there for a moment.
And the video from CF McCarthy's was much better than the video on the waterfall.
Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, do you recognize generally what's depicted up on the screen?
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was speaking of that are like, there's like 2 or 3 in a row. Yep.
I'm sorry, may I approach on?
Yes.
And
I don't have any.
My apologies. Thank you very much. So what I'm handing to you is a laser pointer, basically just click that button and point it up.
Okay.
Mr. Albert, using that laser pointer that I just handed to you, if you could direct the jury's attention to about where the high top is and then about where you were seated at that high top.
So here's the high top. And I can't really see myself, to be honest with you, this far away. But somewhere, I think I ate on this side here,
the
And as far
band
as
is
the
playing
bars
right
are concerned, where
there.
would that be?
back here. Wait. So this is from walking into the waterfall. Okay, so the bar is after, so that's the high top next to the bar. The bar's back there.
And as far as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct the jury's attention where that was.
On this side over here. It's kind of fuzzy, but that's it.
And I did some Googling yesterday. The waterfall looks pretty good. Like the food looks good. The location looks nice. It's called the waterfall because it's got water coming out from a culvert that goes under Washington Street. and falling into the mill pond. And so it's, it's a pretty setting and looks like you can see it maybe from a patio, definitely from windows. So, if you're ever find yourself in Canton, but why would you? It's corrupt and dangerous and all that shit. Um, the waterfall looks like a nice place.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 10:54. I would ask if you could play that from 10:54 to about 10:56. I'm sorry, if you could just pause briefly, Ms. Gilman.
Saw that guitarist strumming right here under the 2022 in the date. And I'm thinking he's got an odd form on his guitar. And then I realized he's sitting on a bar stool, and that explains the angle.
Now, Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, as far as the door that you came out and the door that you eventually exited from the waterfall, do you see sort of that general area where that is in the video?
No, because I think it's offline here. I think it would be over here.
It would be off sort of towards the left, is that?
Yeah, like down this way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. As far as two individuals.
It might be
walking in, do you recognize
Boston.
who those individuals are?
Ew.
I do. That's John O'Keefe and Miss Reed.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through 10:56.
So that's John giving people as he walks in. Yep, I think I need a new battery in this. If I've got a spare in the case. No, but well. So hang on one sec. Nope, I definitely need a new battery. I was hoping the one sitting at the desk was a spare I had left sitting at the desk, but it's even more dead. So I'm going to go grab a new battery for my headphones because this is going to drive me nuts. So give me just one sec. Pause it so you get my mouse, mute. All right. Sorry about that. It's jarring having the noise canceling headphones go in and out. Just absolutely awful. Okay, that's better. That's better. Sorry about that. I'm back. So let's get started again. Now I do have a spare in the case.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Now, Mr. Albert, as far as your son, Colin, you know sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so do you know what time your son came home that night?
I know that.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know.
Yes.
And how do you,
That's it. At this point, we have evidence she's probably been drinking. We don't have evidence that it's heavy drinking. You know, presumably, if they took a blood draw the next morning and it shows her to be highly intoxicated, you're on mute. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. StreamYard says we're not muted. So Lisa says she can hear me. Okay, you had me worried, Anne. And you made me lose my train of thought. But okay, so yeah, assuming they did a blood draw the next morning after she'd been section 12, if it shows she's highly intoxicated, that's evidence that maybe she drink a lot more. But the defense will argue, no, she got home at 12:30 and she, drank a bottle of vodka to go to sleep. That's not, drunk driving. That she got home and that's when she drank. So, but at this point, we don't have evidence of high intoxication, just a vodka tonic, probably at CF McCarthy's, a vodka tonic, probably at the waterfall. That's 2 drinks. They might be doubles. So we'll see.
Because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
and about how long after you got home was it that your son?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they came home?
He would always do that. Yeah.
So that's pretty close to midnight then that Colin got home.
It was something just to let us know that they were home.
Now, turning your attention to the next day on the 29th, about, obviously at some point you woke up, do you recall about what time that was?
8-ish, 8:30-ish.
So sometime between 8 and 8:30?
Yeah. I was still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't.
There was kind of some indication of that already from Mr. Albert. They didn't really specify too strongly, but there was something like, what was that, a drink from her coat or something. Couldn't tell exactly. So I didn't know if they were talking about a flask or snuck it in from CF McCarthy's or what. It was real quick though. So
Leave my room.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that morning?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that you told?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
And following, receiving that information, where did you go, or where did you and your wife?
I was in shock. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?" And then I jumped up, and she's like, we have to go over. Let's go over to your brother's house."
And about what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there, maybe 9 or 9:30.
and so that's after the Canton police had left the scene because they collected what they could due to conditions. The Stadies hadn't exercised their jurisdiction because John hadn't been declared dead yet. That whole clusterfuck.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my excuse me. From what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there, and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where were they in relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
Afterwards, just home.
Now, as far as subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2
And where was that?
at my condo.
Thanks. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that sounds like Yannetti coming up. I think they were smart yesterday. They had Jackson cross-examine the women, not Yannetti. I think that was smart of the defense because Yannetti really could have turned the jury against them had he Yannetti'd the women.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Albert, you and I have never met, correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old?
Correct.
And the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years?
And you currently own D&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years?
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there?
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton? Or
Recently elected.
the town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town. Correct.
And not only that, but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton?
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me that your brother Brian Albert only moved from
He didn't understand your question. So you're going to ask it the exact same way. Rephrase it. He said he didn't understand.
Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved shortly after that, yes.
Your brother Tim Albert lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton
Correct.
with your wife.
At this point, it's irrelevant. Who did your parents buy their house from? Ugh.
Julie Albert,
Correct.
and your son Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other two sons, yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton.
Yes.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton.
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton.
Objection.
Sustained.
As
What's
a town
power?
selectman, you have some power, do you not?
He didn't at the
I'm
time.
one of 5 selectmen.
To me, selectman, I believe, is the equivalent of city councilor, town council. But you're a selectman, so you have power. It's like, I didn't in 2022. I was just elected.
And as a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead
Exactly.
investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Okay, that's sustained. You've got another witness. You can ask that of, Mr. Minnick.
You know Courtney Proctor,
As
correct?
in, you can ask the sister or the wife. You can ask Proctor. But it's
Objection.
Allowed.
Yes,
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
that's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
he attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding. That shows that he's friends with the sister, not necessarily with Michael Proctor. Once again, he might know Michael Proctor, doesn't show friendship with Michael Proctor, but it certainly doesn't show that his brother, on whose lawn Johnny was found, has a relationship with Michael Proctor or Michael Proctor's sister or anything. It's, of course, they're trying to argue, oh, Colin did it. Colin Albert did it. This is his dad, therefore, blah, blah, blah. Except the testimony we've had so far is Colin arrived home shortly after his dad did, which, depending if he walked from Brian's house or drove, he would have had to have left probably before the waterfall party arrived at Brian Albert's house. Because, you know, they might have passed in transit, but he probably wasn't there. So, and there's too many Spaceballs quotes. Just such a good movie. Such a good movie. My brother introduced his kids to Robin Hood Men in Tights last week, which they may be a little young since, they're 6, 7.5, and 9. But I think Robin Hood Men in Tights is the best Robin Hood movie made. I'd probably put it in my top 5 movies. Because Mel Brooks is a genius. He's hilarious. He tells a good story. His movies are well paced. He's just so good. So good. Of course, my favorite movie is The Life of Brian. And the murder was at Brian Albert's house. Conspiracy. So it never ceases to amaze me that, so, mentioning The Life of Brian is my favorite movie. So the financing for that movie was withdrawn shortly before they were scheduled to start shooting. And either John Cleese or Eric Idle were lamenting that fact to George Harrison, and who they were good friends with. And George called them up the next day and he says, "Yeah, I just mortgaged my house. I'm financing the movie." And they asked him later on, why did you do that? He said, "Oh, well, from your description, it's a movie I wanted to see. So that's the most expensive movie ticket." Of course, their previous movie, The Holy Grail, had been financed by Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, a couple other bands. And that's a good one, Kova. I get it now. But yeah, so because of the punitive taxes in England in the 70s, the bands that were making money hand over fist were investing in movies that they thought would lose money as a tax shelter, as a tax break. And so it was Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, maybe the Stones, I can't remember, but a bunch of them invested in The Holy Grail thinking it was going to be a flop. And I don't know, contemporaneously it might have been, but it has since become an all-time classic.
I believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years. You testified.
Or if that's,
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
objection, Your Honor.
There was no mention of there was no mention of the Proctors on direct examination. I don't remember any mention of Michael Proctor's sister on direct examination. Now, it might have flown right past me because I wasn't listening for it, but I don't remember that on direct.
Next question, Mr. Unetti, objection sustained.
How long have you known Michael Proctor for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's sister, brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
The former Canton police chief.
And how do you know him?
His son and my son, the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know Ken.
You became friendly with him.
I became friendly with him, sure.
And how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Friends?
You've seen him socially.
Really?
You've been out for drinks with him.
I think maybe once.
And you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
And you say you've only,
And to me, it comes across as slimy. It's unethical.
been out with him for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no,
What other types of activities have you done together?
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
I mean, he's testified. Their kids are the same age. They play sports together. That's their socializing.
What event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
Well, that's it. Conspiracy.
May we approach that?
Yes.
Conspiracy. Usually this is the slippery slope, but today it's the conspiracy hands, at least for this trial. And my understanding is Turtle Boy is getting extra salty that he's not been in trial and has insinuated that it doesn't matter what the line is for media. He just belongs.
Sir, I'm going to display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to take a look at it, and if you let the jury.
Do you have a hard copy of it?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
So why don't you show it to the witness and put
Happy
it
to
in
do that.
evidence?
Thank you, Ron.
And we'll take that into evidence and then.
That makes sense. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
You mean is the picture us?
Yes.
Yes.
I would offer that, Ron.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
55.
And that's it. So many of the commenters on YouTube are convinced it's a conspiracy because Turtle Boy has told them it's a conspiracy. But the claims, all the evidence has been filtered through Turtle Boy. So to me, until it comes out in court, it's not evidence. The jury should, you know, by virtue of them being on the jury, they don't have preconceived, oh, it's a cover-up, it's a conspiracy. So, and that, you know, they're local. They don't necessarily all live in Canton, but they live in the area, because remember, this is in Dedham, which is the next town over. You know, it's in the county. You know, here in Utah, you know, Salt Lake City is 220,000 people. Salt Lake County is 1.2, 1.5 million roughly. And as far as the district court goes, the trial level court, there's downtown, the Matheson Courthouse, there's the West Jordan Courthouse. So any of the other dozen communities, you know, yeah, all of them have their municipal courthouses for misdemeanors, but any felony, you're in one or the other, downtown or West Jordan. So, and the jury pool comes from the entire county. So they're not all, the jurors aren't all from Canton, but you know, they still understand what the area is like, what the the sort of inbredness of the community. They understand, yeah, we're living in the Boston suburbs and everyone knows everyone to a certain extent, and that's it, and presumably there would be a stay away order due to his charges. To me, that means stay out of this trial. But I, of course, didn't get to make the rules for this trial. Of course, let's say I'm Mr. Albert here and Turtle Boy is in the room. I'm saying, look, I'm his victim. I'm uncomfortable with him in the room. You have me here under subpoena. I am required to be here. But if you want my testimony, he needs to leave. I feel threatened by his presence. I don't feel I can testify truthfully with him here because of his threats against me. So.
May that be published to the jury on the screen, Ron?
Sure.
So, Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Have you seen that photo before?
I believe I've seen it.
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, the event that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for.
See, as I've said, to me, it's an adversary system. It's, defending scumbags is part of the job. And, the system falls apart without it. I still think you need to be ethical about it, but I don't blame you for your clients.
Select board. It looks familiar.
Has Mr. Lally shown you that photograph?
No.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
You take the photo down, Mr. Bates. And the lights can go on. You would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at that. I'm recently elected, so I'm just going through it. But yeah, I believe so.
And you became a town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You would agree with me that the former Canton Police Chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family?
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Go ahead and answer that question.
I'm not sure. I agree with that question.
Well, your brother Kevin Albert worked under Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
With them too? Yes.
Once again, ask better questions. Yannetti thinks he's the smartest person in the room from what I can see. So I ask perfect questions. If you can't understand them, that's on you. I'm just going to ask them louder. I'm not going to rephrase them when you don't get the gist of what I'm saying.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He may be. Not sure.
And as far as your
I don't know all of my brother's
ties to the Canton
friends.
Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him since the age of 12, correct?
Somewhere around there, maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him.
I don't know if I call it tight.
What the hell does "you're tight with him" mean? You're not on the street, you're not in the bar with friends, you're a lawyer conducting cross-examination. What does "you're tight with him" mean? And once again, that's such a subjective question. You're not going to get a good answer anyway. But it's open to interpretation. What's "you're tight with him"? Does it mean you're tied up and, it's a tight bond? Does it mean you're friendly? Does it mean you're best friends? What does "you're tight with him" mean?
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours, correct?
Sure.
And does sure mean yes?
Yes.
Now, your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
Okay.
He was in the fugitive unit.
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also a trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is
So he's really, really trying to go for that third-party culprit, but none of this is relevant, at least at this moment. So it's sustained. The objections are sustained because at this point, he's not on trial. There's no evidence that would indicate he beat anyone up. So him being a boxer is irrelevant. Him having notoriety off of a TV show is irrelevant. And once again, what's notoriety?
close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
Like all of us,
In various
Could be.
combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
Your son Colin,
It's speculation. It's speculation. You know that your brother would do this. That's speculation. Now, if you have past examples, your brother Brian stood up for Colin in this instance and beat the shit out of someone who was threatening him. Well, then it's not speculation because it's based on a prior event. Now, whether or not that's relevant is up to the judge. But your brother would stick up for him. Your brother would cover up a crime for him. Your brother would murder for him. That's all speculation. He's not his brother. He's not in his brother's head. They do not share a brain cell.
Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
I'll let him have that. Do you know?
Yes.
He was at his
In
house.
fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school,
Yes.
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
Oh, 34 Fairview, and he wore the number 34. Conspiracy. Of course, in football, your jersey number is dictated by number one, what's available on the team. But number two, it's also dictated somewhat by position. Like, if he's a tight end, let's say, he's not going to be allowed number 97 because that's probably going to be reserved for linemen. Quarterback, 1 through 15 generally. But even if he is wearing it, let's say, as a tribute to his grandparents who used to own the house, even if it is a tribute to his uncle, Jesus.
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
But you testified he was a couple of houses away from you?
Yes.
And
And he was
for the record, and frankly, this is the only number I remember, I've mentioned, going to high school with Haloti Nata. He wore 77 in high school. And he was a lineman.
your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
And what do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he was.
I mean, Kova, every single football game I watch with my friend, there are jokes. It's better to be a tight end than a wide receiver. So you're not original here, Kova.
You became familiar with
He
him.
was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
Yeah, at some point.
Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Two of your brothers are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew friends of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
Correct.
And you drank with police officers, right?
Sure.
And you were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny. Yep.
And he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have you not?
Objection.
I'll let that one question.
Couple.
So at some point, Michael Proctor came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper. Correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes.
You knew him by face, correct?
Correct.
And you knew him by name, correct?
Correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
What did he say when he first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Sustained.
They would be seen as
Hearsay.
Sure.
It's hearsay. What did he say? That's an out of court statement. It's hearsay. Did he greet you in a friendly manner? Not hearsay. You know, did he greet you like an old friend? Did he greet you with animosity? Those are not hearsay. What did he say by way of greeting? That's hearsay. Because he's going for an out-of-court statement being introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. And the truth of the matter he's going for is your friends, therefore he's covering for your son. This innocent angel for your devil son who wore number 34 on the high school football team. The devil's number. How dare he? How dare he?
Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you.
Asked
for that,
and answered.
Correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say, "How do you do? I am Michael Proctor," correct?
No.
No. Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert second family?
Objection.
Do you consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctor's family who have posted publicly that the
Objection, Your
Alberts are their second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question.
Disregard.
Now, at the time that
That would be hearsay once again. Are you aware that that members of the Proctor family have posted this? Or did he say members of the Albert family? I don't really care. But are you aware that someone else posted this? Well, number one, that's hearsay. Number two, that's not him that posted it.
Trooper Michael Proctor showed up to question you, sir, you knew that Karen Reed had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your Honor.
on February 10th of 2022?
Sustained.
All right. Now, you testified that on January 28th of 2022,
And that was, did it strike you as odd? Well, that has no evidentiary value. I don't know that I'd say it calls for a legal conclusion, but it's for the jury to decide what they think is odd. It's not for him. Of course, that's the reason he asked the question. It doesn't matter the answer. It's just getting it out there because that way the jury gets to think, oh, that is odd. That is odd. So, and he's not dead until he's warm and dead, and he was cold and dead on the lawn. So he wasn't dead yet. He, clinically, he probably was dead, but legally, he wasn't. He was pronounced dead at the hospital after rescue efforts.
that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or what?
A cell number prior to that day.
No, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that
So
night,
you got his cell phone number that day to lure him out to murder him.
after working, you went out around 10 minutes to 10 p.m.
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
Think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge for
Sometimes.
personal use.
Sometimes.
Do you know how many beers that you would have had before going out?
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
And you knew that your wife Julie was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because
So you've been drinking heavily at work from your private stash in the refrigerator and on an empty stomach. Therefore, you arrived hammered to the waterfall.
you were still working, right?
Correct.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
Unfortunately, to paraphrase Mel Brooks, Turtle Boy is a moron.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And the waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes.
maybe about 3 minutes?
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And yeah, I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right. And that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And
Conspiracy.
you have met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton Police Station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
How is he supposed to quantify someone else's relationship?
Confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's argumentative. Argumentative. Don't be a dick.
In any case, would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the waterfall, or shortly after they did, there was a couple whom, I believe you called them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
All right. If I mention the name Kolakithis, does that ring a bell? Or do you-
That's them, yeah.
And that's the lawyer and his pharmacist wife who testified yesterday.
That's them. Okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high top table.
Correct.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn, end quote.
That was one of the texts.
How many second moment?
That sounds like banter to me.
May I approach?
Sure.
Oh, do we have, just say,
Get over here or I'll
Sorry, I
bleed
don't
on
think I
your
asked.
lawn.
Go, that's fine.
Thank you. I've placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
Okay. And who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one,
Approach. Okay. Come on over.
Does it have a laughing emoji? We haven't seen it yet, so no spoilers. No spoilers, but yeah. I certainly, I've said it on here. Don't put anything in text or emails that you wouldn't want read in court. I've certainly had texts with my friends I wouldn't want read in court. Of course, the general assumption is your friends aren't going to be found dead on your lawn or your brother's lawn in this case. And so, BB, good to see you. It's been a while, if I am not mistaken.
As I did yesterday. So before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not true that the person who either authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact John O'Keefe.
So basically, this instruction, and she made it yesterday with texts, in order for you to even consider these as evidence, you have to determine as a jury by a preponderance that these were sent by the people they're alleged to have been sent by. So if you don't find by a preponderance, you have to completely disregard them. But then if you find by a preponderance that they are sent by, in this case, John and Chris Albert, then you have to use them to determine beyond reasonable doubt whether or not the crime was committed. So,
And
and I don't know if this is a Massachusetts specific law or from a court ruling, or I've never heard it before, but
this witness, Chris Albert. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that John O'Keefe sent one or that this witness was the person who sent the message.
And that's it. They don't have John O'Keefe to question. Did you send these? Did Karen Reed have access to his phone and she sent them? So that could be part of it. You don't have John here to testify. Therefore, you need to find by preponderance standard, at least, that he's the one that sent them in order to consider them.
Or transmitted it, then you may not consider it in deciding this case. So you have clarification a bit, Mr. Yannetti, at this point?
I do, yes. And just for the record and for the jury's edification, this is part of Exhibit 48, which is already in evidence. But I would ask that this particular exchange be posted on the screen with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay. And So you'd agree that when you say it was 2 text messages, they're both with regard to the same
Okay.
subject, correct?
And there we go. Darcy, that was naughty of you because one of the rules is no spoilers. But Chris Albert, get over here with an attachment shared, unable to display preview. And then followed up, once again, by Chris Albert. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn with a laugh cry emoji, at the 45-degree angle. That's not aggressive. That's not angry. That's not, you better get over here or else. That's banter.
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says get over here, right? And then the second is a continuation of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come
You're
over and meet us.
forgiven.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, that's.
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
Right, so you're.
It's a joke.
And you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
One at a time.
Okay,
Oh, sorry.
thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay, we can take that down. At about
No idea.
10:45 PM or so.
No idea. I mean, for all I know, it could be a map saying, get over here. Of course, presumably when they had already discussed their going to the waterfall, he'd know where here is. I mean, I had a terrible phone once that didn't like group texts. And so if someone who didn't send the original text texted me, it would, if I'm remembering right, do something like, attachment unavailable. So it could be something as simple as that. But that's just, non-technological me speculating. I have no idea.
So I believe you testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with his girlfriend, Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times
I'm sure he did.
and bought a few rounds of drinks?
Well, and the thing is, Anne, it's Brian Albert telling John that he'll fuck up his lawn. So John wasn't found on his lawn, but we also know there's testimony. John was a neat freak. Everything needed to be in its place. You didn't wear your shoes in his yard. He probably had a Hank Hill lawn. Perfect.
I'm sure.
Including that one round of fireball shots.
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
Probably fine. Fine.
You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to, perceive what's going on. You were still in control of your faculties.
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived, that your wife Julie didn't want to stay any longer, or too much longer?
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon.
Thought I said a line, but yeah.
Okay. And you assumed that
A
was
tad citrus. If it's a lemon, though, you must acquit.
vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixture, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And in order to discern that, you'd actually have to.
It's not all Karen's money, though, Anne. I looked up Yannetti last night, and his law firm website has a link to a fundraiser for the Karen Reed Defense Fund. So, yeah, there is that. It might be Turtle Boy and his morons paying for Yannetti.
Be given a sip to see, right? Okay. But in any case, Karen does not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She didn't
wasn't
appear to
slurring
have
words.
MS.
She wasn't talking gibberish, correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and she appeared to be under control?
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
And you did,
interactions.
So if he's not paying attention to see if they're lovey-dovey, he's not paying attention to see if they're arguing. It's almost like they weren't the focus of his attention. They were there in a group.
you didn't perceive any tension between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total? About that, yeah.
From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Okay.
I would say don't drink and drive. That's a dickhead
Now-
move.
Would you agree with me that of the group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the waterfall on January 29th of 2022?
I believe so.
Now, you previously, well, you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got
No,
home
no.
between 12:05.
No, Yannetti has. So this defense attorney doing the cross-examination on his law firm website, there's a link for the fundraiser for the defense. So sorry if I wasn't clear.
And 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
That's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
No, I guess not. I mean,
And is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you left the bar?
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the precise time that you left the bar that early morning?
It's over 2 years ago. I don't know the precise time. That's why I said between 12.
Duh. It's a ridiculous question. Of course, it's a procedure you have to go through. You can't refresh their memory until you've exhausted efforts to get them to remember. So it's a dumb phrase, but it is the procedure. So I can't fault him too much, even if it does seem stupid, because why would you remember down to the minute the time you left a bar 2 years ago, even if it was on a memorable night for tragic reasons?
5 and 12:10.
That answers my question. Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 50? Well, with the court's permission, can I publish Exhibit 53? It's a short clip from the waterfall. Sure.
And that's so reckless disregard is the intent required. So the intent, as in you don't need a motive, but you don't need a motive for first degree either. But so essentially, intent is what the mens rea is, the mental component. And the top level of intent of mens rea is intentionally. And so first degree murder requires intent, or a depraved heart, basically, is the language in Massachusetts. So reckless disregard is still the intent element. It's just not intentional. If you get my drift. So the reckless disregard would be a higher standard than negligence, than criminal negligence, which would be the intent required for manslaughter. So, and yeah, they don't have to prove that she didn't intend to kill him. Of course, as I've argued, I don't like the manslaughter DUI law, because to me, if you kill someone because you've been drinking, to me that's reckless disregard, and so to me that should be second-degree murder. But yeah, and I don't like the way the Massachusetts murder statute is written, period. So
I think we need to back up.
all right, so if you're on a small screen, we're at 12:12 and 54 seconds. And someone's putting chairs up on the high top. Someone else just gave them a hug. Looks like they're leaving or getting ready to leave. Once again, it's a terrible security camera.
If we could pause it for a second, please. Mr. Rowley, you would agree with me, this was clearly the end of the night?
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point.
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out.
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Pause it. There we go. My co-counsel is much better at this than I. Do you know who that person is who's leaving the bar at this point at 12:15 and 43 a.m.?
Tina, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
See it now?
That's fine.
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please.
He looks bigger at that point.
Okay.
No idea.
Take that off the screen.
I think, based on the testimony yesterday from the bartender, like at CM McCarthy or CR McCarthy, whatever, the other bar, last call is closer to 1. It varies by state, by town. You know, here in Utah, you can't serve after 1 in the morning. So
So having now viewed that video with the timestamp of 12:13 and about 43 seconds or so, does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall to Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple Street?
D&E's farther away from Waterfall than farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I
Okay.
don't mean to be confusing here.
It's fine.
I'm
He-
not asking about,
he has said the walk from D&D to his house is about 7 minutes, but the waterfall is between his house and the pizza place, so the walk is shorter than 7 minutes to his house from the waterfall.
the distance between D&E and your home.
Hmm.
I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall and then the waterfall. Do you see the difference?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is from the waterfall?
I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's take it step by step. D&E Pizza to the waterfall. Are they on the same street?
Yes.
How many establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall.
Yes.
Correct? Your home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the waterfall, correct?
It's off of the same street.
But it's not on the same street.
No.
And your home on Maple Street is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall. Is it
Correct. Correct.
not? Okay.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I know, and I'm trying to work through this because I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get the
He's
answer.
asking terrible
So,
questions.
You would agree with me that it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza.
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right. The 7 minute walk would have been the walk home as opposed to the walk to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video, and it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I
Can I
think
see Councilor Tepper for just a second, please?
Because, yeah, going in order from the south along Washington Street, D&D is the southernmost, and then the waterfall, and then Maple Street. And Maple Street, well, the waterfall is about at the midpoint. So, and that's it. Yannetti, at least in this line of questioning, has been terrible. He's not asking clear questions. He's not asking clear questions. He has been atrocious. Like, you know, I get people have criticized Lolly for not being exciting, for being too detail oriented, but he's at least asking clear questions and moving in a clear order. It may not be what people want to hear. It may not be a smoking gun yet, but his questions are answerable.
Thank you.
It's been pointed out to me that I think we're not making the connection here, and I think it might be my fault.
It's
with regard to-
absolutely your fault. It's absolutely your fault. You're the one asking questions, and they've lost everybody. But you're more interested in being aggressive and gotcha than asking clear questions.
The timing of how long it took you to go home. I believe your estimate, your best estimate is about 5 minutes? Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the waterfall.
I understand. Yeah. I'd say around 5 minutes, I think, from the waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now if you're leaving the bar at like close to, 12:14, as indicated on the video, you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that? Right?
In the sweatshirt,
Okay. And it had started to snow by that point.
a little bit.
So the ground was a little bit either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right. So you're walking home, but it was cold, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that in the best case scenario, you might have had a little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right. Because you
And-
testified that by the time you got home, you were pretty cold, right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5 minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering, correct?
Sure.
And given that there was precipitation,
But that's him. Johnny never wore coats.
the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
Sure,
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
sure.
And by that point in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
Okay.
I don't remember if I was tired.
He
at
went to
that point.
bed,
Okay.
so he probably
You
was.
had worked all day
Correct,
till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
correct,
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven,
correct.
as well as other food that you serve as well, correct?
Yep,
And you're now, and by the way, you'd had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the waterfall, correct?
correct,
And you decided not to go to your brother Brian Albert's house, correct?
correct.
That was in part because you weren't up for the continued partying at that point, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
And so when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your
In my
home?
bedroom.
And is this a townhouse? Or is it a freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
Condominium? How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct,
And the entrance is ground level?
correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
And where did you go when you walked in the ground level?
I went up to the bedroom.
All right.
Took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
All right. And do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a bathroom, yeah.
All right. That would have been where you brushed your teeth
Yeah,
and washed up?
but I did, that's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You
those
didn't do
things.
either of those?
No,
Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before you went to bed?
Nope.
All right. So you essentially came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
roughly.
So I think the relevance here. So the defense is trying to say Colin Albert did it. Colin Albert did it. Colin Albert had been at his brother Brian Albert's house, the scene of the crime. He left, and the prosecution is, to my understanding, claiming that Colin Albert, the nephew, his son, left before the party moved to 34 Fairview. Now, Chris Albert on the stand said on direct he left the waterfall at, between 12 and 12:10, something like that, 12:05. The video shows him, he's the last out the door, 12:13. Walks home, 5-minute walk, straight to bed. And Colin arrived home after he was already in bed, poked his head in to say, I'm home, good night. So I think the reason they're harping on the timing so much is, well, if this is your timeline, that means that Colin had to have been at your brother's house when everyone else arrived, because otherwise the timing doesn't work. Of course, everyone else leaves, let's say 5 minutes earlier, but they've got to walk to their cars, which is, 3 minutes out of the 5 minutes that Chris spent walking to his house, because the parking isn't right out the front door. They've got to walk along Washington to get to their cars, but in the opposite direction of the, Chris walked north. The others walked south to their cars. So 34 Canton, we're going to say 2 miles away in a snowstorm. So, it could take 8-10 minutes for Colin to have driven, and 8-10 minutes for the others to drive to 34 Fairview. So it's entirely possible that they crossed paths in the night and didn't do anything. But the defense is trying to insinuate there's no way Colin couldn't have been there based on the time you would have got in bed. That's my guess. I don't know for sure.
You made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
Did you fall asleep shortly thereafter?
Soon after,
Within 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay. So with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19, because I think that's more consistent with what you said, and understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs.
About a minute,
You kicked off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine?
maybe. I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay, and then you walked up 2 flights of stairs, right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Okay, all right. So you're getting up there around 12:20 or so, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35?
Somewhere around there.
Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Not when I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that 10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door.
I think that's what I said, yeah.
Do you want to stick with that?
I'm just trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, that you fell asleep and that your son, Colin, opened the bedroom door and woke you up to say goodnight?
Yeah, I guess that's what I said.
Okay. And when you testified to that on direct examination, that was when Mr. Lally was asking the questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under oath at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Trying to be correct.
All right. So in terms of the time,
It also wasn't leading questions from the defense trying to put times in his head. It was him testifying to the best of his memory. Not going along to get along, which is a little bit of what he's been doing here. Because he said he doesn't know how long it took him to fall asleep. And, his son pokes his head in to say he's home. What is waking you up? Is it you were starting to doze off and he woke you up? You were woken from a deep slumber, woke you up? What? He's not inconsistent. He's not being inconsistent. He just doesn't remember specifically because he was falling asleep. He was in bed. And it was 2 years ago. And that's it. Were his eyes closed, but he was still thinking about something? If his eyes are closed and you open the door and he opens his eyes, is that waking him up, or does he have to be in REM sleep?
timing of this, assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep. If you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when
he didn't say it took him 15 minutes to go to bed. He said it might have taken him 15 minutes to go to sleep. He didn't say affirmatively it took 15 minutes. He said he got right in bed because he was cold. He didn't say it took him 15 minutes to strip down and get in bed. He went straight into bed. You are the one asserting it took him 15 minutes to get to sleep. He responded, sure, it could have. That's not yes. He's unsure. But now you've grasped that as if it's the God's honest truth, as if that's his testimony. That's your question, and you are assuming the answer. This is begging the question.
John opens the bedroom door, correct?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Right. But it was some time after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to your son, Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe because that's where your family lived, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old.
Correct. Part of the year.
And you knew that, like most teenagers, Colin drank alcohol with his buddies, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain for the jury who or what is Nevercracker?
What is Nevercracker?
Yes,
Like the character?
that's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that Nevercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nevercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nevercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nevercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So you can answer that. What's your answer?
That is not correct.
John O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you to him.
Never.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that John didn't like people cutting through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
Okay. So is it your testimony that John O'Keefe invited kids to cut through his lawn all the time?
That's a world of difference between he absolutely hated it and he invited people to do it. And it's
I don't understand. Is that a question?
It was a question. I guess let me withdraw that and ask this. If John O'Keefe is Nevercracker, and he's the get off your lawn guy, are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
Do you want me to, can I explain?
I just asked for an answer to my question. Mr. Lally will get up after I'm done, and I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no, he's not no.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home that you and your wife Julie went to his house
That is correct.
and you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front property, yes.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand on his property, correct?
Correct.
And you knew it would be funny because you knew it would annoy him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, you can go ahead. Can you answer that?
Yeah, he was actually asking us to watch his house while he was away.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question, which was he didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your hand and take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but again, in answer to my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hand, correct?
Yeah, he didn't ask me to send him a photo.
And you would agree with me,
so it sounds to me like they were friends. I wind up my friends. I play jokes on my friends. They're not mean-spirited, but seriously, it's like Mr. Yannetti has never had a friend in his life.
that Nevercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in their hands, correct?
The cartoon character, Nevercracker?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Next question, please,
Yes.
Mr. Yannetti.
have the photo. May I approach?
Yes.
Romer, I believe you mean a damp squid.
Mr. Albert, I place two photographs before you. If you take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
I do.
Sometimes, you know, especially for white criminal, white collar criminal, sorry. To me, like if I'm defending a Ponzi scheme, sometimes confusion is the best defense. You know, a confused jury, to me, if the jury is confused, they're not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. So sometimes the gish gallop of nonsense, as long as it's admissible and relevant, the goal is to confuse the jury because a confused jury has reasonable doubt. I don't think talking about Johnny's lawn is providing reasonable doubt.
What do those photos depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence. We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
And you say John's fence, so that's actually on.
And that Pat's Cats, that's why I'm covering it. Frankly, I was hoping that everyone else was going to be covering the Daybell trial because you'd think that would be the bigger trial to cover, but you know, the Turtle Boy aspect is what drew me in, and I was hoping not to have as much competition. And Romer, I know, I that was an IT crowd joke, since Damp Squid versus Damp Squid was a joke on IT crowd. And well, there was another misused saying on that. I can't remember, but doesn't matter.
On John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership goes, but yeah.
All right.
I know the
Middle
town owns
school.
a sort of portion of it.
Would you agree with me that that photo was taken in April of 2021?
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then it's fine.
Who took that picture?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
And
Where was your son Colin?
that's a good point, Painted Bronco. If you're confusing them about completely irrelevant issues, it doesn't help. So
Colin that night when you had that picture taken?
I have no idea.
Would you agree with me that you texted those photos, or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And offer those a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took?
Yeah.
All right, I would offer those, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And with the court's permission, may they be published for the jury?
Okay.
With regard to that first photo, is that, well, first of all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
Give the second photo, please. Okay. That is also John's house in the background there?
Correct.
And again, that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
We can take that photo now. Now, would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night?
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn, correct?
With the smiley face emoji.
Action, Your Honor.
Okay. I just have one more area that I want to cover with you, sir. You previously confirmed that when you
So, Massachusetts, Virginia, Kentucky, one or two others are technically commonwealths, not states, but, you know, colloquially, we refer to 50 states. I still say, you know, for the prosecution, the state, you know, the state police, not the Commonwealth police or state troopers or whatever. So, but yeah, it's Massachusetts has always been a Commonwealth.
in your door on January 29th of 2022 after coming home from the waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
It's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's correct.
Vince?
Since that time, you know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
It's correct.
Romer, he doesn't need a humor transplant. He needs a humor implant. Because transplant would indicate he had humor to begin with, but I don't think he had any.
Your old home, correct?
Where I grew up, yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later that morning, correct?
Correct.
Can I have a moment?
Sure.
Okay, so Pennsylvania. I knew there was one more. And once again, it doesn't really matter one way or another, whether it's a state or a commonwealth.
Just one other question, sir. When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 10th of 2022, you would agree with me that you never mentioned that Colin Albert was at your brother Brian's house that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
I don't remember.
right. Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, before this date, you never mentioned that your son was at the house. Well, he didn't know that his son was going to be accused by the defense. He didn't know that his son being there before his son being there earlier in the day doesn't, you know, he didn't know it would be relevant in the future. So, and yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being a selectman. Were you a selectman at the time on January 28th, 2022?
No.
About how long after that was it that you came?
Sometime in April that the election was over. April, second week in April, maybe?
So that's a photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Virginia Police. When was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March something, end of March maybe?
Well after January 28th, 2022.
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
Correct.
And why was that?
Why was that? It just made more, it made sense for us. You know, it was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
Yeah.
One was in the Navy.
Yep.
Another was about to go to college.
Correct.
And what, if any, relation did that have to your brother selling the house?
So once he found out that I was selling my,
Objection.
No, I'm going on.
once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids were getting older. So I gave him my real estate's number, the guy who sold my house.
And that selling of the house, was that something that you would discuss with your brother prior to January 28th, 2022?
Yes, soon after.
Let's move on.
To me, that's relevant. Not what did you discuss, but did you discuss it before January 28th? Because if you discussed it before January 28th, the idea didn't form after the crime. It didn't form in order to do a cover up as part of a conspiracy. It was, yeah, it was already being considered. We'd already been discussing it. That, to me, that's relevant.
Now, with regards, regard to your son Colin when he came home that night, you indicated that it was about 10 minutes after. Now, was that 10 minutes after you arrived home or 10 minutes after you got into bed?
10 minutes after I jumped into bed.
Now, with reference to your son Colin, you came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home?
Yes.
Yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Saw your son the next day as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries in him at any point?
None.
In time? And you mentioned that you went over to your brother Brian Albert's house and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them that night?
None.
Now, with regard to the Nevercracker, what was sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from the school, walking. This was before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes. He ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know at the time. He might have been like 9, 10. I'm not sure exactly how old he was. And John yelled something to him, "Hey, kid, get off my lawn." So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie. And then Julie in turn called, I think called Jen maybe and said, "Hey, John just yelled at Dylan." And I think Jen reached out to John and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked. And John brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, "Hey, I was just kidding." It was just.
So once again, little kids sometimes don't understand banter. John, being friendly, jokes, "Get off my lawn," and a 9-year-old gets scared by that. If John really were Nevercracker, the "stay off my lawn," he wouldn't return with candy. It's like, "I'll fuck up your lawn" emoji. Smile emoji. Jesus.
So from that point on, we called him Mr. Nevercracker, and it was a joke between John. John thought it was funny. And
Now, as far as those photographs that you indicated that you took on his fence,
Yeah.
sent to him when he was away, is that correct?
correct.
That was after he'd asked you to watch his house
Yeah.
while he was away?
No real bombshells, Surrender Monkey. It's, to me, nothing's been proven yet, but the conspiracy is even farther to me.
And how did he respond to those photographs?
He thought it was hilarious. We actually showed him other people that photo too. They thought it was funny.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up, Mr. Allen.
One last question, Norm. So after you sent the text message as far as to come over here and then made the reference to his lawn, Mr. O'Keefe then came over to the lawn.
Yeah, he came over after.
Nothing further. Nothing further.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Allen. And
Thank you.
jurors, we're going to take a recess. It's not going to be session here like the jurors. It's not going to be too long to run in.
If the witness would just stay where you
Yeah,
are.
please
thank you.
take it.
Sorry,
So
sorry.
that's okay.
So jurors, if you'd fold your notebooks, please do on your chairs. Follow me. All right, here we go.
So Paul, about it.
That's
You
it.
are muted.
I want to get more.
Kids don't get banter. Kids take things literally. And
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what?
it's possible that John didn't realize yet, presumably. Well, I don't. Dylan's what, 16 now? So we're going to say that's 7 years ago. That's shortly after Johnny moved there. So he might not have known John's humor yet and was a kid. So, yeah. But let's zoom. For some reason, it's not wanting to give me the preview today. I don't know why. So we're just guessing on this Zoom. And the thing is, as I've said from the start, to me, the best defense is police incompetence. It was a shoddy investigation. You missed stuff. You contaminated evidence. It's just, to me, that's the best defense. But hammering the conspiracy, unless you show the conspiracy, you lose credibility with me. And I'm still not convinced, especially second-degree murder. I really, other than the taillight, have no real thoughts as to how he ended up in the snow. Now, I did say surrender monkey before you got here, so I didn't stream yesterday because I was not up to it, but I did watch. We do have police camera. The Sergeant Lank showed up at the O'Keefe residence to do a welfare check on the kids at 8:30 in the morning, and it shows Karen's taillight broken in the dash cam. And then from the friend going to pick up the kids at like 6 to pick up the niece, that activated the ring cam, and it shows that Karen's Lexus had been there at least since 6. So it to me, it shows the taillight was already broken at 6. And the car was in the same location at least since then. So to me, that's the biggest piece of smoking gun so far. But even that doesn't go to murder 2, just to the DUI manslaughter and leaving the scene. But we don't have much either way, but certainly not for the conspiracy. So.
All right, so Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
Call Miss Julie Albert to the stand.
Okay.
So this is Chris's wife. I believe. Come on, Jesse Weber has amazing hair. I'd love to see a dog on the stand. That would be hilarious.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Julie Albert, Albert.
And where do you live now?
I live at 22 Maple Street in Canton.
And,
Hey,
how
spit
long-
out your gum.
A little over 2 years,
Oh, this is gonna
and,
annoy
how long
me.
in total have you lived in Canton?
my whole life, 48 years.
And where did you live just prior to living on Maple?
I lived at 7 Meadows Avenue in Canton.
And how long a period of time did you live at 7 Meadows Avenue?
15 plus 20 years, about 20 years.
And do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 boys.
And are you married?
Yes, I am.
What's your husband's name?
Christopher Albert.
And your 3 boys, how old are you?
My oldest, Christopher, is 25. My second son, Colin, is 20. And my youngest son, Dylan, is 16.
And do each of them, where do they live? Do they live with you?
They all live with me, yes.
And your husband, does he work?
Yes,
What does he do?
he owns a restaurant in Canton.
Well, in a nutshell, they're trying to prove their client innocent, the defense, but they don't have to prove anything. It's just they're trying to go with the defense. Someone else did it. But like I've said, they don't have to prove that someone else did it. That's not their burden. But when they're asserting it's a vast conspiracy, to me, they lose credibility if they don't. And surrender monkey, some of us are just lucky.
What's the name of the restaurant?
D&E Pizza,
And where is that located?
618 Washington Street.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, can you describe to the jury sort of, if you know, about how many houses are on Meadows?
I would say maybe 8 on each side.
And Meadows comes out to a main road, is that correct?
Yes, Pleasant Street.
And while you were living on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And where did John live in relation to you?
John's house was at the top of the street, and there was 2 houses between John's house and my house.
And if you recall, about how long did you know John O'Keefe, or when did he move into Meadows?
I think he moved in 2017-ish, maybe. And I've probably known him since maybe 2019.
And how would you describe sort of your relationship with John?
We were friendly.
Spit
We were
out your
neighbors.
gum. Spit
You know,
out your
I-
gum.
See him all the time coming in and out of the street, and because he's at the top of the street when I pulled out of the street, and we were friendly.
My plea to all of you, if you ever are called as a witness, do not chew gum on the stand. Ugh.
And in addition to you knowing Mr. O'Keefe, were there other sort of people that you knew that also knew him?
Yes, yes.
Who were some of those?
Well, I knew John through Jennifer McCabe.
And who is Jennifer McCabe?
She's one of my closest friends.
Now, you knew that John had 2 children that he was guardian for?
Yes,
And you were familiar with both his niece and his nephew?
yes.
Now, at some point through Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know somebody by the name of Karen?
Yes.
When about was it that you met Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe in like 2021, like, pulling in and out of the street if they were outside, if, a couple times out socially, probably in 2021, I would say.
And if you could, just so we're clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
Yes, between her lawyers right over there.
That's a record of like identification by
Okay.
the witness. Now, would you have occasion to socially interact with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Is that something that like you and your husband did together, or was it more of a group setting type?
No, a group setting.
And with reference to, did you have occasions where you would socially hang out or interact with Mr. O'Keefe in which Ms. Reed wasn't there?
I can only honestly remember one time, and that was, I don't even know if they were together at the time.
And had you ever socially interacted or spent time with Ms. Reed separate and apart from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week it was?
Friday.
And what, if anything, did you have plans for that particular evening?
The next day was my nephew's birthday. So we were a bunch of us were going to go out that night, the night before, to a bar in Canton.
By the night before, you mean the night before his birthday?
Yes.
And that nephew, what was that nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
And if you know about how old was he turning, or let me start with this. How old is he now?
He's 24,
So just turned 24 a few months ago.
January. Yep.
And so he would have been turning, what, 22 at that point?
Yes.
When we say we had plans to sort of go out, who was the we?
Myself, his mother, Nicole, my niece, Caitlin, and a couple of Brian's friends.
Now, and you mean Brian Jr.'s friends?
Yes.
And so Brian Albert Jr. has a mother named Nicole Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And how is she related to you?
She's my sister-in-law. Our husbands are brothers.
So your husband Christopher has a brother?
Brian.
Brian. Okay. That would be sort of
Brian Sr.
for lack
Yep.
of a better term.
Yep.
Your husband Christopher, how many siblings does he have?
6.
And Brian is the oldest?
The oldest, yes.
And so there were plans to go out that evening, the day before Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And what were the plans? What did they sort of consist of?
It's definitely intermittent, Pat, but noisy gum chewing is just about the fastest way to get on my nerves.
We were just going to go to Waterfall.
His waterfalls.
It's a bar in Canton on Washington Street.
And from your husband's pizza shop at P&E to the waterfall, about how far away are the two from each other?
Very close. I mean, 200 steps maybe. You can, very, very close.
Same side of the street or?
No, opposite sides.
Now, when it came to that day, where did you go? Did you go to the waterfall first or somewhere else? Or if you know?
I went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up.
And you know the address where your sister-in-law and your brother-in-law live?
34 Fairview, where they lived, 34 Fairview Road.
And that was somewhere that you had been numerous occasions before?
Yes.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, you went inside the house?
I think I went inside for a moment, yeah, just to wait.
And do you know who, if anyone, did you see in there that you knew or recognized or didn't?
I know my niece Caitlin was in there, my nephew Brian. I don't recall. I don't recall who else was in there.
Your sister-in-law Nicole, was she there?
Yeah, she was ready to leave. Yep.
And when you left, I'm using sort of you in the plural. So you drove, is that correct?
I drove. Yep.
And who, if anyone, went along with you in your car?
Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece. And Brian did not end up coming with us.
And so your nephew Brian, for whom you had initially made the plans to go out
Yep.
and celebrate, didn't end up coming.
Correct.
And why was that? If you know.
I don't think he was feeling up to it.
And if you know, about what time was it that you picked your sister-in-law and your niece up and then went for it?
I don't remember exactly, but I would probably say between maybe 7:30 and 8, 7:30, like around 7:30 maybe.
And you arrive at the waterfall, you go in. If you could just explain for the jury sort of when you walk into the door of the waterfall, where was it that the three of you went?
When you walk into the door, there's a couple high top tables, long high top tables in front of you. And we just sat down at a high top table right when you walk through the door.
Now, from your
No idea. I don't watch him either. He's an obnoxious twerp that I don't believe a word he says. He's not entertaining. I've only actually seen him on Asshole when Kate covers him, so I don't know.
experience either that evening or prior evenings on certain nights, does the waterfall have any kind of sort of entertainment?
Yeah, they always have, every week's different. They have bands.
And from your recollection, was there a band there that night?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall where you were seated in relation to the band?
I was sitting at the end of the high top table closest to the door that you walk in, and the band was to the right of me against a wall in kind of like an alcove, like a little against a wall.
And when you went there, was the band already sort of set up and playing, or did that happen later?
I think they set up while we were there. I think.
And so initially, when you go there, do you go there and just have drinks, or did you eat something, or what?
We ate, and yeah.
And while you were there, as far as during sort of the meal portion of it, was there anyone else that joined you?
I know my niece's boyfriend, Tristan Morris, came. I don't remember exactly when it was during that, but I know he was there. And then during the meal part, I don't think during the meal part anyone else, I don't think.
So you recall, as far as the meal part was concerned, it's you, your sister-in-law Nicole, your niece Caitlin, and her boyfriend Tristan.
Correct.
And Ms. Morris, did he stay for any extended period of time, or when was it that he left?
I know he stayed for a little bit, but I honestly can't remember what time exactly he left.
Now, your husband, was he working on that day?
Yes, he was.
And had you been in communication with him as to where you were going to be?
Yes.
And so the plan was basically for him to meet you at the waterfall when he was done with work.
Correct, yes.
And if you know about what time was it that your husband, Christopher, came over to the waterfall?
Maybe not 9:30, 10, maybe. I don't
And
remember
want to
exactly.
guess, just
Yeah.
if you know approximate.
Yeah.
So at some time around 9:30 or so, your husband Christopher comes over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did he do when he got there? Yeah.
Came in, yeah.
He came in, did he get anything to eat, anything to drink?
Yeah, he probably ordered a drink and just stood by the table, I would think.
And you and the people in your group, were you drinking that night?
Yes.
What is it, do you recall specifically what you had to drink?
I think I had just a couple glasses of wine.
And your husband, do you recall specifically what he had that night?
What he would drink is Miller Lite.
And that's sort of typically what he would drink when he
Yes.
was out?
Yes.
And your sister-in-law Nicole, do you recall what she was drinking?
I would assume White Claw, a White Claw.
And same question with regard to your niece, Kate.
Yes, probably White Claw as well.
Now, while you were there, who, if any, so after your husband came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined the group that you were with?
My brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins.
And obviously, you know your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Mhm.
And
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
thank you. You just have to answer obviously.
So the obvious reason they're being questioned is they were with him on the night in question. Now, most of them haven't provided good evidence for or against. They just are like, yeah, we were there. This is what we did. This is the timeline. And it's just, as far as proving her innocence, it doesn't do that either. It just shows this is where she was at that time. But I think the biggest reason the prosecution has called everyone that was there, or at least appears to be calling everyone, is so that the defense doesn't have that, oh, the prosecution didn't call them because conspiracy. So
did you know Mr. Higgins as well?
Yes,
And how did you know Mr. Higgins?
there's that too.
I just know him from being friends with my brother-in-law.
So you knew him just sort of through your brother-in-law, Brian, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you know when they arrived in relation to when your husband Christopher arrived?
I don't recall.
At some point after, correct?
Yes.
Then after they arrived, who, if anyone else, do you recall sort of arriving and joining in your group?
Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe. And there was a couple, I don't even know their name, Colakitis. They arrived. I don't know their first names.
They were
And John and
yesterday's
Karen arrived
witnesses.
shortly after that.
And just so
Colitis
we
or-
can clear up people, as far as Jennifer McCabe, you've already mentioned her, and Matthew, was that her husband?
Yes.
And the other couple that you were talking about, or sort of guessing their names, have you ever met them before?
No. Nope.
Not anybody that you're particularly friends with or anything like that?
No. I know them, who they are, from seeing them maybe at a sporting event or something, but I've never been introduced to them. No.
And when you say sort of sporting events in relation to what?
If they were like a basketball game and I was at a game, like I've just seen them around.
Yeah, but it's, once again, though, it's the prosecution that has called all of them. So the cross-examinations have been trying to get to, oh yeah, so your son, your son did it, you're covering it up. But the prosecution has called all of them. And once again, I think the reason for the prosecution calling them is they were there. And if they don't call them, the defense will, and try to make it look as bad as possible.
I'm assuming probably sporting events, probably a basketball game.
And I'm sure it's pretty well understood with this. I just want to clarify. So when you say sporting events, these are kids' sporting events?
Kids sporting events, yes.
And so which kids' sporting events would you be at that you would see this couple that you didn't know? Your kids or something?
No, Jennifer McCabe's kids.
So you would go to sporting events for Jennifer McCabe's kids and see this couple?
Yes.
And if you know about how long after this Brian Albert and Mr. Higgins arrived, did the McCabe
And I agree with you, BB. That they haven't proved anything yet. I probably would have liked to hear from Trooper Proctor first, since he was the lead detective. Lay it all out. Remember, in Darrell Brooks, they had the lead detective start to finish lay out the case as the first witness, and then we got everyone else to give their testimony. But he gave us basically the overview, the evidence he had collected from the witnesses we would hear from. Whereas here it seems Lolly wants to go in chronological order, except he started in the middle. He started with the emergency response and then moved back to that evening and is moving chronologically forward from there. And the problem with that is, of course, you don't prove anything until you've chronologically arrived at it. So there's a lot of time for the jury to sit here thinking, like a week and a half so far, yeah, this is all well and good, but where's the crime? Show me the crime. So,
So a couple of that.
I don't remember
But
exactly.
after Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now that you mentioned, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in at some point as well?
So you have to
Yes.
make sure you say yes or no, okay? And the other thing you say, I assume or I guess, don't answer. If you don't know, you don't.
And if you know, about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came?
Before 11 o'clock?
Sounds good. Okay, and with reference to when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, came into the waterfall.
and it's for it's for his brother, because it wasn't Colin that cut across the lawn and got yelled at jokingly when he was 9. It was Vince, the youngest. So Colin murdered Johnny years later for his brother, who received candy for cutting across the lawn. And the entire town of Canton has covered it up. Doesn't make sense.
Where were you in relation to sort of the high top table that you were describing?
I was at the top of the high top table closest to the door.
And when they came in, where did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant go?
John walked in.
So, Linz, this is Chris Albert's wife, so co-owner of the pizza place, Colin's mom. The kid drama, the whole. So when Chris texted John saying, "Come to the waterfall," he followed that up with, "Or else I'll fuck up your lawn," with a laughing emoji, which was a long-running joke between them, because years ago their possibly 9-year-old son cut across the lawn and John jokingly yelled, "Get off my lawn," and the kid got scared. And so John went and apologized and brought him candy to explain he was joking. But because of that, for years after, they teased John about it and called him a name from a movie I can't remember, but the "get off my lawn" guy. And it's just ridiculous, because the defense has clearly never had friends in their lives, so they don't understand banter, they don't understand inside jokes, they don't understand friendship, they don't understand humanity. And hopefully the jury does understand all of that, which would make them think this is a joke.
And said hello and kept on walking, I think, to the bar. And Karen came in and stopped at the table to talk for a minute.
And during the time that she stopped at the table to talk for a minute, what, if anything, did she do?
She opened her jacket and had a glass and pulled the glass out and started drinking the drink.
And it's because his brother had a decade-old lawn incident. It's asinine. It's completely asinine. At least if that's the motive they're trying to go for.
And as far as the drink in the glass, what, if anything, did you observe as far as color or anything?
Clear.
And the
Gotcha.
glass that she had, could you see, so the clear liquid inside it, how much of the glass was full of that?
I don't recall.
And she placed it on the table, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your reaction to that?
I think I laughed and said, made a comment like, "You're crazy," or something, just because she walked in with a glass.
Did you know where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been coming from prior to them getting to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were they coming from?
CF McCarthy's.
You're familiar with that establishment?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to the waterfall?
It's maybe 200 steps right next to my husband's restaurant.
So on the same side of
Opposite
Washington
side.
Street?
Opposite side.
On the same side of Washington Street as your husband's restaurant?
Yes.
In the same vicinity from D&E to Waterfall, see if.
Yes. Yes.
Now, over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe? He was at a bar, he had something to drink, is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to observe what, if anything, Mr. O'Keefe was drinking?
No, I don't believe. I left very shortly after they got there.
And so you left fairly shortly after they arrived?
Yes,
And if you know about how much time are we talking?
maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And why is it that you left?
I had a terrible migraine.
From the van being so close?
Yes,
And when you left, where did you go?
home.
And when you got home, as far as your children on that evening, who was home, who was out? If you know?
My youngest son was home, and my oldest son didn't live at home. He lived in California at the time,
In the Navy.
and
He
My
sailed
middle son
the
was not
seven
home.
seas.
And so your oldest son, Christopher, he was in the Navy at that point?
he was in the Navy, and he was stationed in San Diego. Yes,
And so your middle son, Colin, he was out. Did you know where he was?
yes, he was at, I believe, his friend Michael Leonetti's house.
And at some point, did you learn that Colin had gone from that person's house to somewhere else?
Yes,
Is this him communicating with you?
yes,
And that other place that he went to, do you know where that was?
yes. My brother and sister-in-laws, Nicole and Brian Albert's house on Fairview Road.
And was that in relation to your nephew and his birthday?
Yes,
Now, while you were, if I could take it back to the waterfall just for a second. So while you were at the waterfall, obviously you see Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come in. Do you recall what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I know he had a hat on, he had jeans on, and he had something with a hood.
And from your observations, did you ever see him with like a winter coat or jacket or anything like that?
I did not.
And with regard to the clothing that you observed him wearing, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of that clothing? And that, I mean, was it torn? Was it disheveled? Anything like that?
No, nothing that I remember.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his appearance, what, if anything, did you observe about him as far as injuries or anything?
Nothing.
Now, with reference to your group as far as at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the overall demeanor or tone of the group and what was going on there?
Just normal. I thought it was just normal. Sitting listening to a band.
So at least during the time that you were there were no sort of arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
Nothing.
And specifically to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, while you were there, during the short time that you were there, when they were there, did you observe anything as far as any arguments, disagreements or anything? At the time, so during that time, between when they arrived, you mentioned that John went up to the bar, correct?
Yes.
And where did the defendant go?
She talked to me at the top of the table for a few minutes, and then I believe she made her way down the table to either Jennifer McCabe or the couple that was at the end of the table to speak with.
That's.
And was it during that period of time
Irish.
that you had enough with the migraine and went home?
Yes, I left very, very shortly after that.
During the time that you were there and you were speaking with the defendant down sort of your end of the table, what, if anything, was discussed as far as sort of where to go, what to do after the walk?
I do know that, I do remember, I'm sorry, that Karen had asked if we could go back to D&E, my husband's store, and make pizza, because that's something we frequently do if we're out at the end of the night, if we're hungry.
And was that something that you had discussed with Ms. Reed either on that date or on a prior day?
I believe we discussed just that we went there one.
But, and to me, the cross-examination is the best place to plant the conspiracy, since you can lead, you can ask leading questions on cross-examination. If you don't open the door on cross-examination, you're going to have a real hard time introducing it in the defense case in chief.
And we said next time she'll have to come with us.
And was that something that was discussed as a possibility or something that was going to happen that night?
I think right away, I just wasn't going to do that because I wasn't feeling well. And I think I might have said, talk to Chris, because I wasn't going to do it.
And is that something that she mentioned over the course of that evening once, more than once, or something?
Just once to me.
So when you get home, at some point, the rest of your family came home at some point in the evening, correct?
Yes,
And who came home first, your husband Christopher or your son Colin?
my husband.
You know about what time that was?
I want to say about after 12, maybe 12:10, around there.
So sometime around 12:10?
Sometime around 12:10, yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall specifically about when your husband Christopher came?
He came upstairs to my room. He was shivering because it was cold out, and he immediately went to the bathroom, got undressed, and got into bed.
And your son Colin, have you been in communication with
Yes.
him over the evening?
And I know the comments left, people think I'm unfair to the defense. I call it the way I see it. I don't buy it, but they can present it. And of course, as I've said, what I'm not hand waving off poor evidence collection by the prosecutors. Essentially what I'm doing is the equivalent of sort of rehabilitation. It's what I'd be asking as the prosecutor on redirect and sort of giving answers to my own questions. But you've all heard me say a dozen times, they need to do better. You need to do better. You can't make mistakes. So.
Yes.
And about how long was it after your husband came home that your son called?
That's it.
10 to 15 minutes.
And were you essentially waiting up for him?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Is that sort of common practice?
Yes. I do not go to bed until my kids are home.
And is there another common practice as far as when your kids come home, where do they go when they first come in?
They immediately will always come in the door, maybe grab a water out of the fridge and come upstairs and give me a kiss goodnight and tell me that they're home.
Now, did that happen on this occasion?
Yes.
And so Colin came into your room at some point?
Yep. He came right upstairs. Yes.
And when Colin came into your room and came upstairs, did you have occasion to observe him as far as talk to him? Obviously?
Yes. We talked for a minute. He asked me if I was feeling better. And yeah, we talked for a moment.
And during that conversation that you had with Colin, similar to what I asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe on your son Colin?
None.
And fair to say the next day, at some point, you talked to and had interaction with your son?
Yes.
So she didn't observe any injuries on him. He probably wasn't involved in a fight 5 minutes before.
What, if any, injuries or anything did you observe?
None. None.
So I know this is sort of hard, so wait till Mr. Lally finishes his question
Okay.
before answering, okay?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Now, after your son Colin came home, and you eventually went to bed, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to the next morning, the Saturday morning of the 29th, about what time was it that you
And
woke up?
the thing is, to me, BB, that would be a fair defense. They were so sloppy, they didn't even thoroughly investigate it. But instead of that, they came out. Yannetti started his opening statement with, Karen Reed was framed. And Karen Reed was framed is different than they didn't follow all lines of possible inquiry. So
I woke up about 8-ish.
And with regard to your nephew, Brian Jr., whose birthday it was now on the 29th, what, if any, sort of tradition do you have with respect to him this birthday?
Every year on his birthday, I go to Dunkin' Donuts. I get him 6 donuts and I bring them to the house and I leave them there with a card before he gets up. So when he wakes up, they're there. I've been doing it for years.
And is that what your intention was on this morning as well?
Yes.
Is that what you did on that?
Yes.
Now, when you woke up, probably like most people, at some point did you look at your phone?
Yes.
And when you looked at the screen to your phone, what, if anything, did you see?
I had a missed call from my friend Jen McCabe.
And was there any sort of notation in regard to the missed call as to what time that missed call had come in?
But it was 5:55 maybe.
So sometime earlier in the morning.
Early morning. Yes.
And beyond the missed call, is there any other sort of stamp or notification on the phone as far as a voicemail, text message?
Nope. I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And not from Ms. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And not from anybody else?
Correct.
And at any point in time on that morning over the phone, did you speak with Ms. McCabe?
No, I did not.
And did you call her? So you didn't call her back or anything like that?
I did not.
And so after you wake up, at some point you go to Dunkin' Donuts and get the 6 donuts?
Yes.
And where did you go with those?
I drove to 34 Fairview.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park in relation to the house?
I pulled into the driveway.
And when you came up to the house and you were driving to the house at this point, what was the weather like?
And by that point, since she got up about 8, brought donuts, which is her tradition, she pulls into the driveway because by 8:30, the police were off scene. They'd already left. And you know, she receives a phone call we'll say 6 o'clock, doesn't respond. I'm terrible at returning phone calls. Of course, I get one at 6 in the morning that from a known entity. That's definitely not a telemarketer. That's maybe worrying. Cause for concern.
It was coming down. The snow was coming down pretty good.
And with reference to the house, what, if anything, did you notice out of the ordinary with regard to the house or the street?
And the thing is, law enforcement sloppiness, as I've said, I don't believe the stuff they've been sloppy about so far has a ton of evidentiary value. Now, of course, there's the defense conspiracy. Oh, they were open containers in the Sally port, therefore they were able to splash blood on the taillight in the Sally port. They planted evidence. And you know, but we have no evidence of that. The Sally port has video cameras. So you'd think that it would be shown. But you know, as far as conflicts, to me, that's the biggest sloppiness. Oh, Sergeant Lake knows everyone. He's friends with the Alberts. To me, that's the bigger law enforcement issue, but it's a small town. You respond to calls when you respond to calls because you're a first responder. You have a duty to respond. You know, later investigation, you can get someone else. Now, Trooper Proctor, maybe that is, you know, too much of a conflict, but of course, we don't know that he does know the Alberts super well. It sounds like they know each other, at least from Chris, but Chris is, from the sounds of it, more acquainted with Trooper Proctor's sister. So, you know, how many degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon do you need before you can investigate a case? I don't know. But we'll see.
Jennifer McCabe's car was in the driveway.
And as far as any other vehicles on the street or anything like that, what was going on at that time?
I don't recall.
Nothing you can recall?
No.
About what time was this that you got there?
8:30, 9 o'clock.
She'd
8:30?
definitely be out by now, even if she did
And when
time.
you get there, you pull in the driveway, what did you do?
I opened my car door. I got out to walk to the car in front of me to leave the donuts and card inside my nephew Brian's car. And Brian Albert came to the door. Brian Albert Sr. came to the door.
It does not work like that because, frankly, the jury wouldn't indicate why, although the lawyers, prosecution and defense, could meet with the jury after and ask them questions. But the jury doesn't then decide, yeah, this is what we believe, you need to charge them next. It would be whether or not the prosecutors believe that, let's say, Colin Albert did it. But if the prosecutors are still convinced it's Karen Reed, then they just won't try anyone else because double jeopardy. They couldn't go after Karen again. But if that's where the evidence led you, you don't have evidence of anyone else, you wouldn't try anyone else. So,
And he told me to asked me to come in for a second. And I said that I didn't need to. And he said, I said, I'm just leaving this gift for Brian Jr. And he said, no, just come in for a second. So I went into the house.
And when you walk into 34 Fairview Road on that morning, who, if anyone else was there?
Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe
And where were they in relation to the house?
in the kitchen.
And what, if anything, did they tell you at that time?
When I first walked in, nothing. Everyone was just sitting there, and I was looking around, and everyone was visibly upset. And I asked, what's going on? And another maybe 30 seconds went by, and Jen said, something's happened to John. And I said, John, she said, John O'Keefe. And I said, is he okay?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
I said, is he okay? And she said, we don't know. And that was that.
And after hearing that information,
Mhm.
how long were you at your brother and sister-in-law's house that night?
Probably about half hour, 45 minutes, maybe.
And where did you go from there?
I went home to wake my husband up to let him know what had happened.
And at some point after you go home and wake up your husband, where did you and your husband go?
We went back to I woke up my husband, told him what had happened, and we went back to Fairview.
And so the second time that you had gone back to Fairview,
Mhm.
how long a period of time were you there that?
I would say probably half hour, not long.
And then after that half hour or so, where'd you go after that?
Back home to my house.
And I should reiterate, Anne, they don't have to be plausible about it at all. The third party culprit. Reasonable doubt is reasonable doubt, and they don't have a burden of proof at all. I'm just saying, if I were on the jury, you lose credibility with me if you make wild assertions and don't back it up. That's why one of the things they teach you in law school is, if you're going to make, if in your opening statement, you tell the jury you're going to show them a piece of evidence, you damn well better show them that piece of evidence. Otherwise, you lose credibility. And that goes for the prosecution and the defense. Now, if you think you're going to show them a piece of evidence, but you're not sure if it's going to come out, you're not sure how the witness is going to testify, you're not sure yet how the judge is going to rule, you maybe don't mention that in opening. But here, their opening was Karen Reed was framed. So if you don't show me, you lose credibility. But that's me. Once again, that's me.
Frank, either of those occasions when you were at 34 Fairview Road on the morning of the 29th, you had occasion to talk and observe Brian Albert Sr., correct?
Yes.
And similar to the questions I asked with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and your son Colin, what, if any, injuries or anything out of place did you note with respect to Brian Albert Sr.?
Nothing that I saw.
And, same question with respect to Mr. Higgins, as far as you made observations and spoke at least in the same room as him on that morning?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries or anything else on Mr. Higgins?
Nothing.
And when you woke up your husband that next morning, your other two sons, being Colin and Dylan, they were at home still?
Yes, they were at home still asleep.
And with regard to when you went to Fairview,
Sleeping off a murder.
you came back with your husband, went back to Fairview, and then came back again, were they still asleep?
I don't remember.
You recall, well, let me put it this way. As far as your sons, did either of your sons come back with you to Fairview Road
Mhm.
that day?
No, they did not.
And do you recall whether or not either Colin or Dylan was awake when you left a second time to go to Fairview?
I don't.
At some point, a few days after this, did you have occasion to meet with a couple troopers from the state police?
Yes, I did. They came to my home.
When you say they, how many of them did you?
There were two.
And you spoke to them that day in reference to what you had observed at the waterfall, everything you just.
Yes, I did.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just one last question. When you, Mrs. Albert, when you came over to Fairview Road that first time with the donuts, as far as the inside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the home or anything about the home that seems abnormal or out of place or off, from the evening before when you were there?
Nothing.
I have nothing further for this witness, Ryan.
Okay, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you.
So here's the first witness who has testified, who has been in the home the next morning, that was not there as part of the law enforcement response. So the first witness to testify to whom the plain view doctrine and warrantless searches and all that would apply. So if she had wandered down into the basement for some reason, she could testify about what she saw because, she's a guest.
Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just want to pick up on a question and an answer that
Oh.
Mr. Lally.
And I mentioned earlier that it had been, to me, a smart move by the defense yesterday, having Attorney Jackson cross-examine the women and having Yannetti cross-examine the men. That sounds like Yannetti to me, and this might not play well for the jury if he's an aggressive douche to Miss Albert.
He asked you and that you responded to. He had just asked you whether or not a few days later you spoke with a couple of state troopers. You recall that question?
Yes.
And your answer was yes?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it was more than just a few days later, correct?
I don't
It was
know.
February 10th of 2022 that two state troopers came to speak with you and your husband.
2 weeks, a couple days. It takes a while to build an investigation. It takes a while to interview all the witnesses. To me, 2 weeks in a murder investigation is a couple days.
Chris, correct?
Correct.
And so we're talking about 13 days later, almost 2 weeks later, correct?
If that was the date, yes, correct.
Prior to February 10th, no investigator from this case bothered to talk to you or your husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the
And once again, Proctor doesn't have unlimited time. He can't interview every single potential witness that day. He got the case on like the 2nd. So within 8 days, he's on to her. He's presumably interviewed a dozen people already. It's not, oh, he gave you time to come up with a story. It takes time to build a case. No, and no one else bothered to talk to you. It's because Proctor is the lead detective. The Canton police handed it off once Johnny died. They couldn't have gone and interviewed her. They didn't have jurisdiction to do so. It might be Trooper Proctor didn't even know to interview her until the 9th, because that might be when the first defendant or the first witness said, yeah, Ms. Albert was with us at the waterfall. So he might not have even known she was a witness until the 9th. But, it's a shoddy police investigation, not interviewing everyone on day 1. Hell, they all should have been held in cells, isolated from each other until the trial. They should have been held for 2 years to make sure they didn't discuss their testimony, discuss what they saw.
Investigators who did come, you knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, and when you say you knew them,
Him. I'm sorry, him.
okay. And who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the brother of one of your close friends, correct?
Correct.
You're close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
I am.
And by the way, your maiden name is Daniels, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yes, she is.
And in terms of your relationship with Courtney Proctor, you socialize with her, do you not?
Objection.
Do you?
Occasionally, yes.
Go out for drinks with her, correct?
Yes.
You've attended parties with her, correct?
Yes.
You've also provided childcare for her children, correct?
Yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
All right, I'll see you on sidebar on this, Mr. Day. No, everybody.
And this is why attorneys will say, number one, don't jump in while they're asking the questions because one person speaks at a time, but pause, then answer, give either side a chance to object. So pause, then answer. And once again, her babysitting the kids of the trooper's sister, is that too attenuated? It's, you know, it's not relevant to the crime. It's this is impeachment. This is impeachment evidence. It's trying to show a conflict. But her babysitting Trooper Proctor's kids versus her babysitting his niece and nephews, you know, she has testified, though, she knows Trooper Proctor. But yeah, assuming she knows, I mean, for all she knows, it might just be Turtle Boy. I'd hope she's been at least prepared as a witness. Once again, not coached, not told what to say, but, you know, told what to expect. I'd be staring daggers at him. And that's, yeah, I don't live in a tiny town. Some would say Salt Lake is tiny, but you know, the thing is, within my neighborhood growing up, it was, you know, every single family that went to my church, I could point where every single family lived, whether I knew them or not. Since I stopped going to church 20 some years ago, it's a lot harder now. my world has shrunk, but lots of people do. And I'm sure they will, Gray Duck. I just I don't know that they'll even tell us whether it was Colin or Chris or no, which Albert owns the home. But because Chris is the one that just testified, he's Colin's dad. Brian or Brian Jr. or Brian not Brian Albert, the other one, the DEA agent. You know, I don't know that they'll even tell us. And by the way, it also makes sense to me. Brian Albert downsized, sells the family home, moves into someplace smaller, and you know, do they not have space for the dog now? So they send the dog to the farm. Not a conspiracy. And Yeah. So, who do pirates pray to, Surrender Monkey? I hope you have a punchline to that and that you're not asking me. Especially since I'm, a cyborg, so I'm a space pirate, so it would be different.
So, Ms. Albert, you provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children.
Objection.
Need a time frame, Mr. Newman.
Have you ever provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
So you need a time frame.
Before January of 2022, did you provide childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Yes,
When?
2019. 2019.
Just that 1 year?
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. And then when COVID happened and everything shut down, I wasn't helping her any longer.
Okay.
And then occasionally after, I would help just on an as needed basis
Okay.
after COVID.
And during that year of 2019, how often did you watch her children?
2 days a week.
And she had a boy and a girl?
Correct.
What were their names?
Jack and Caroline.
And Jack and Caroline were
I'm
Cooper
not.
Proctor's niece and nephew, correct?
Yes.
Not when I say, my church, it literally was until 18. I had to go. I had no choice in the matter.
The Proctor family entrusted you with the care of their children, correct?
Objection.
It's sustained as asked.
The Proctor
You know that
family, but not Trooper Proctor.
Proctor is a state trooper, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he also was from Canton.
Yes.
You knew his wife, Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
And you were also aware that Courtney Proctor had recommended you to also watch Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's children, correct?
Objection. Move to strike.
That objection sustained.
But you go back a long way with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son was a ring bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
You've spent time at Michael.
Sustained through this witness, meaning they might be able to get it in through a different witness.
Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
And Pat, I think that's a
May we
good.
push?
I think that's a good possibility. She, it's in the snow. She didn't necessarily know she hit something or thought she'd bumped the curb, not realizing it was Johnny, and drove off. So, and having looked at Google Maps, 34 Fairview also has a pool. So if the Proctors have a pool, the Alberts had a pool. Conspiracy. And I'm guessing once. So BB, I haven't looked and intentionally have not looked at any of the pretrial rulings because I pretend I'm a juror. I base my verdict on what's presented in court. So I don't know if there's a specific pretrial ruling about this, but to me, my base instinct is relevance because, John O'Keefe was not murdered at Trooper Proctor's sister's wedding. So it's just, to me, that's too far afield to be relevant. And that's it. To me, that's at this point, that's my gut instinct. But I can be convinced up or down. You know, I can be convinced it's second-degree murder. Once again, I think the best way to prove that is going to be through the override system on the car, the automatic stop feature so that you don't hit pedestrians. If she had to override it, if there's evidence that she did override it, to me, that's the best evidence for second-degree murder. But I don't know that that evidence exists yet. But I can also easily be convinced that she didn't do it. I just don't have anything to base much of anything on yet. So no, they're from the Canton area. They'd be from the county, most likely. I can't tell you for certain because I'm in Salt Lake City, not Massachusetts. But like here in Salt Lake, you know, let's say a murder occurs in Salt Lake City, the trial would occur 3rd District Court, Matheson Courthouse. That's the big downtown courthouse. And the jury pool would be drawn from Salt Lake County. So not just Salt Lake City, but it would be drawn South Salt Lake, Mill Creek, West Valley, West Jordan, Sandy, the entire county. Just like if it were in the suburbs, if it had occurred in, let's say, Cottonwood Heights, they still would be drawing from all over Salt Lake County. So a murder in Cottonwood Heights would either be tried in the West Jordan or Salt Lake. Like I said, two 3rd District courthouses in Salt Lake County. There's also one in Tooele, one in Park City. And except, you know, even though it's, let's say Park City is 3rd District Court, that would be drawn from Summit County, not Salt Lake County, because you've got to draw it from the same county. So this courthouse is in Dedham, which is the next suburb over from Canton. So it would all be same county.
How many times have you been to the Proctor's pool?
Say maybe a dozen?
And you've certainly taken your children there as well?
Yes.
Colin has been to the Proctor's pool?
Yes.
Have
Very
you seen Michael Proctor's mother?
Mouse a cookie. It's very frustrating because, like I've said, they are not firsthand witnesses. Turtle Boy is not a witness. Anything he has been fed to him by the defense. So even that is not necessarily reliable. It's self-serving and filtered through Turtle Boy. I don't believe a word he says anyway, but so many people who are convinced that it's a cover-up, that's what it's based on. And it's, I say, let's see what comes out in trial.
Father at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You've seen Courtney Proctor and her husband at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
How would you define very?
Well, I guess I'd ask you to define very close. Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, go ahead, next question. You got your answer.
I didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead, repeat that.
Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Okay. You talk regularly, correct?
Yes.
You text each other, correct?
Yes.
You also talk by phone.
Very rarely.
Is it fair to, did you say very rarely you talk to
Phone.
Courtney Proctor by phone?
Usually it's text.
I like literally my best friend, I text multiple times a week. I might call him once a year because I have something more involved. That once again, Yannetti showing he doesn't understand friendship. You don't call your best friend, who she hasn't said they're best friends, but you don't call her very often. It's like, no, people text.
But do you stand by that testimony that you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
Do we have a time frame? Do you mean now or do you mean then?
Let me ask you this. Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
I don't recall.
Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so
And once again, very rarely what's frequent telephonic communication? That's subjective. That's subjective. So yeah. And Valerie, hello.
you don't deny that you spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
She didn't say that was during that time frame. You asked her, how often do you talk to Courtney Proctor on the phone? Very rarely. You didn't give a time frame. And it's possible during that immediate time frame they did talk more, not necessarily because it's using her as an intermediary, but because they have a lot more to talk about. Like I said, I rarely talk to my friends on the phone. But if there's an emergency, I might call them 5 times, in short order.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Well, you know that my client, Karen Reed, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
And there is that too. Turtle Boy has given them a lot to talk about.
May I approach?
Sure.
Before I approach,
Mhm.
your memory's exhausted as to whether you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long the two of you spoke?
Yes.
Sure.
I'm showing you a document with a number of.
Just show it to us.
Right, no, I just wanted to point out which one that I'm pointing out. So the third, I was going to say a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes your memory about whether and how long you spoke to Courtney Proctor on February 1st, 2022.
Can you see that or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I left mine downstairs.
I just got these and it's like. the
Mr.
middle-
Yannetti, just bring them up, please.
It took me a while to figure them out, but anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's the third line down.
Third line down. Yes, I see it. I don't recall. This
Okay.
was a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record, it does not refresh your memory that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for.
Don't, it does not refresh your memory. That's where you have to be.
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's arrest on February 1st that she had been discussing the case with her brother that day?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's
Did you
hearsay.
speak to Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
What day exactly?
The day of my client's arrest on February 1st, 2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously, if it was on that sheet.
Okay. And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with her brother?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were
That's
you
hearsay.
notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you discuss?
Hearsay.
I don't recall.
The next day, February 2nd of 2022, was the day that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
Again, I don't remember.
After the arraignment, you spoke to her again for 27 minutes, beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next day, were you not?
Yes,
This case involved your family, did it not?
how do you mean it?
Well, you knew that John O'Keefe was
The case involved your family. No, it involved Karen Reed. It involved Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. What does involved mean? It started in front of their house. But what does involved mean?
found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily, your family was involved in this case, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
And you knew that ultimately you'd probably be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
Yes,
So this case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
well, yes, yes,
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
yes,
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
I don't know about my friends, but
So is it your testimony that with all of this going on, you confined your discussions about this case just to your specific family members?
not necessarily.
No, I mean, clearly, you would have talked to Courtney Proctor about it, correct?
Objection.
That's
So,
argumentative.
folks, why don't we end?
Yeah.
Right, you'll have to be back tomorrow for your classes. And jurors, the 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. I'll see counsel at psychologist.
I mean,
Jurors is closing your notebooks and leaving.
clearly you discussed it with, that's argumentative. Yannetti is getting on my nerves. Oh, she's got a smirk now. She's got a smirk now. And that's it. I'm no closer to buying a cover-up. I'm no closer to buying the third-party culprit than I was at the beginning of trial. They're really not making any headway on that, which, of course, I'm sure Turtle Boy, it's the judge's fault. She keeps sustaining objections, but it's like, well, you bring up irrelevant questions, they're going to be sustained. Now, you can build on prior testimony, and that can lead to it no longer being irrelevant, but you're assuming things that aren't even in evidence to get to these questions. So, of course, the objections are being sustained. So it's just, but I'm not a juror. I came in skeptical. I came in, not judging her for the crime, but judging her for associating with Turtle Boy. That's a bigger crime anyway. And so I'm not overly sympathetic. I'm not overly inclined to give her the benefit of the doubt. She's legally entitled to, she's innocent until proven guilty. But, I don't think she's helped her case. I don't know that the prosecution's helped their case overly either. Hasn't been the best investigation so far. But we haven't even heard from Trooper Proctor. Once Trooper Proctor took on the case, he might have conducted the perfect investigation. I doubt it, but I'm just saying it's, he could have. It's not in evidence yet. But yeah. So either way, I think we're not really going to get anything once this bench conference is over, but we'll keep it playing out. And yeah, that really is a tiny courtroom. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Considering that's the entirety of the press area and its standing room. And that, well, once he looked up, no, but when he was looking down, this journalist, second from the left, looked a little bit like Nick Rekieta. But once he looked up, not so much. So, but either way, I think that's where I'm going to leave it because I'm tired and hungry, and tomorrow is going to be a very long day because it'll be a full day of court. But with that, thanks for joining me. Do all the YouTube-y things. Don't harass people. Don't be jerks. Not that I expect any of you to, but if any of the commenters that call me out after watching the 2 minutes of the beginning of the trial, don't be jerks. So with that, thanks for joining me. Bye-bye.